Said to Pete, let's build a dream from the waves and the stars and the sunbeam gleam. 1,000 hands, 1,000 arms will bring back the ocean like it was before. History whispers, can you hear it shout? Chart the course where the waves begin. The pros dance where the sea meets sky. The spirit lives, it will never die. The horizon stretches like a drawn-out dream, and the past comes alive in the sunlight's gleam.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. Israel and Iran appear to be backing away from their latest exchange of strikes. However, both countries warn they remain ready to launch more if provoked. Sagar Magani has a report.
The renewed strikes threaten to drag the Middle East back into full-scale war, with Yemen's Houthi rebels joining the fight. The Israeli military says it's another campaign in the war against Iran's terror regime. Iran's foreign ministry is blaming the U.S. for the escalation. President Trump wrote online both Israel and Iran must stop shooting shortly after.
توقف عملیات نیروهای نیروهای مسلح.
Iran state-run TV announced Tehran would stop offensive operations. A regional official says the U.S. has told Iran Israel has agreed to halt its strikes as well. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
Oil prices initially jumped over the hostilities, but Brent crude settled at $94.25 per barrel, up 1.2% from Friday. Stocks held steadier on Wall Street as AI shares recovered some of Friday's sell-off. The S&P gained 0.3%, the Nasdaq 9%, but the Dow fell 80 points. And Julie Walker has a gauge of America's views of the USA.
A new AP Norc poll finds that as the U.S. prepares to celebrate its 250th anniversary, fewer Americans see their country or its system of government as exceptional. The findings highlight many Americans' feelings of unease over the future of its representative government, particularly among young people. Only about a quarter of Americans say the U.S. stands above all other countries in the world, and Americans are less likely to see a democratically elected government as extremely or very important to the United States' identity as a nation than they were just a few years ago. I'm Julie Walker.
This is AP News. Pope Leo met with 6 survivors of clergy sexual abuse in Madrid today and vowed to consider their suggestions for how the Catholic Church can improve its response to the crisis. Charles de Ledesma has more on the Pope's visit to Spain.
Pope Francis made the plight of refugees reaching Europe a hallmark of his papacy, and Leo has insisted especially on the dignity of migrants in his native US amid the Trump administration's crackdown. In Monday's papal address in Madrid, he said a moral renewal was necessary in public life to respect the inherent dignity of all people, including migrants, the unborn, and the most vulnerable. He said to Spanish lawmakers, it's necessary to strengthen prevention, rescue and assistance to the victims of illegal trafficking. No nation alone can face a challenge of this magnitude. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
If you see something, say something. And stay anonymous. Call Crime Stoppers at 234-7272 or submit a tip online at nmicrimestoppers.com. No names, no caller ID, no recordings, just your info. And if your tip leads to an arrest, you could earn up to $1,000 in cash. Your tips have helped take hundreds of criminals off the streets in the NMI. It works because of you. Crime Stoppers, we want your information, not your name. PHI is your local pharmacy serving customers in Cagman, Garapan, and Dandan since 1996. Shop PHI Pharmacy for all your prescriptions, and we even offer a large line of multivitamin supplements. Our Dandan location is open weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 4 on weekends. Or visit our Garapan and Cagman locations weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 1 on Saturdays. Check us out online at phipharmacy.com or follow us on Facebook. PHI is a locally owned independent community Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care. After Super Typhoon Sinlaku, recovery isn't just about rebuilding homes and clearing debris. It's about taking care of each other. It's normal to feel stress, fear, or sadness during recovery. Healing isn't a straight path. Take it one day at a time. Acknowledge your feelings. Stay connected with family and neighbors. Build small daily routines. And if it gets overwhelming, reach out. Seeking support is a sign of strength. NM Posse's PIME program is here for CNMI residents. Call 670-235-7273 or 670-789-6021 or visit nmposse.org. Together we rebuild, and together we heal. You are stronger than the storm. Message from NM Posse's PIME program, paid for by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
Golden sands under my feet, waves crashing loud, a steady beat, palms swaying left, swaying right, endless blue from day the night's persistence. Saipan calling, feel the breeze, taste the ocean, salty seas. Saipan calling, hearts collide, paradise where dreams reside. Tomorrow chance, they rise, they fall, history carved in every wall. Tinian whispers ancient lore, Saipan soul forevermore. Saipan calling, feel the breeze, taste the ocean, salty seas. Saipan calling, hearts collide, paradise where dreams reside. Saipan calling, feel the breeze, taste the ocean, salty seas. Saipan calling, hearts collide, paradise where dreams reside. Dreams reside. Dreams
All right, good morning, Marianas. It is 7:52 in the morning here on Tuesday, and my goodness, what a day we had yesterday. I mean, we're not going to dwell on yesterday, but holy smokes, what a day we had yesterday. Great to see you guys here. Thanks for joining us again today. And we know there's people from all over the world tuning in today. That's right. So far, I'm looking at Rhoda, Florida, another Florida, Kentucky, Guam. Everybody's there. Good morning to you, Evelyn Congo. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us again today. Chris Sablan, he says, good morning, Marianas on bread, in Palm Bay, Florida. Wow, no kidding. That's awesome. Hope you're having a great time out there. Tess Lilo says, good morning, CNMI, watching from Kentucky. Mariana strong. Oh, God, that's awesome. Alexis Blasa says, good morning, Marianas. Good morning, Brad from Rhoda. Beautiful island. Thank you so much for tuning in. And Charles Goding saying, hey, good morning from St. Petersburg, Florida. St. Petersburg. You know, I know that I think they were trying to angle for another sports team over there. I can't remember who it is. Anyway, a lot going on in the world for sports for sure, but not just sports. We've got sports, we got news, we got weather. But yesterday, my goodness, you know, today is going to be a continuation of a great day yesterday when we had the USAID Summit, the 2026, the University Center for Excellence for Developmental Disabilities, happening over at World Resort right now. It's great. Today's day 2. They had to reschedule because of that tsunami hoopla that happened yesterday. We were there for the opening and for some of the inspirational remarks and some of the presentations and all that stuff. And then when they took a break, all of a sudden, beep, 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 we got the breaking news about a earthquake in the Philippines and an impending tsunami advisory. So then we just got out, we read the advisory, hopped to it. We got the advisory from Guam. We reached out to the folks from the CNMI, said, hey, you guys getting this? They're like, yeah, we're working on our release right now. All right, so we got it confirmed, and so then we could get the word out there. Then when we got the official from the CNMI, we were able to put that out as well. And then we hopped in here. So basically, we put everything on hold so that we could jump in and do all that stuff yesterday. Woo! That definitely changed everything. It changed our entire outlook for the whole day. Well, anyway, today we got a good day. We're going to have the CEO from IT&E joining us in studio today. He's coming back. That's right, David Gibson. That should be a lot of fun when he pops in. We also have Senator Manny Castro. He'll be on at 8:30. That's going to be good stuff. We're going to hear about some legislation that they're doing to try and speed things along here in the CNMI. But breaking news, bum, bum, bum. Yeah, while we were getting ready this morning, one of the reasons why we're a few minutes later than we normally would be is because our Congresswoman, Kimberly King Hines, dropped a new video and told us some good news that, in between my yawn, it's nothing to yawn about, I could tell you for sure. But the USDA is approved nearly $40 million in disaster food aid. You know, you hear that DNAP stuff. Well, that's what this is all about. And we were pretty stoked about it. So we had to put the story out. We'll show you the video that she posted too, but we've already got the story up on the social media channels and on our our website, nminewsservice.com, where you can get the info. And we'll read it out. U.S. Department of Agriculture has approved additional nutrition assistance for the Commonwealth through its disaster nutrition assistance authorities. A move Congresswoman Kimberly King Hines said could bring nearly $40 million in food assistance to households across the CNMI that need it. In the video posted this morning from D.C., Kimberly King Hines said households who already receive nutrition assistance benefits have approved for the maximum benefit amount plus an additional 20% increase for 6 months. That's great news. So if you already receive NAP funding, you're getting an additional 20% for the next 6 months. Well done. For households who don't normally qualify for NAP. So maybe you don't get the stuff from the nutrition assistance program. You don't get the EBT or the food stamps or anything. Well, this is good for you. You were impacted by the typhoon, so you are approved for 2 months of disaster nutrition assistance programming. Then that's awesome. King Hines says that the disaster nutrition assistance was approved for those who experienced disaster-related hardship, and that many residents have been asking about it for quite some time. Yep, by the way, this is everybody. Everybody experienced some of this. Oh, man. My goodness, we got a call already. Half a day, Zantiro. Thanks for calling the show. Who's this?
Hey, Brad, good morning. This is Ray Kiruga, half a day, dude.
All right, half a day. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just going to make this short. I just wanted to let you know this might sound as a breaking news for the entire state of Maine. For me, it is. But Liana Schneider has done the impossible, and I believe she made history. Why? As of May 26th, the Pacific Association for Radiation Survivor has endorsed the Northern Mariana Islands inclusion in a fresh proposal to expand the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act program.
Wow.
And she did it through the Batua Council. So I just wanted to say publicly to her, thank you to you, if you don't mind me saying it on your broadcast.
No,
but she did.
That's great.
She did the impossible. She made history.
So, do you have any of that info? Like, do you guys have a press release for it or something?
It's out on Pacific Island Times. It's her. She's around the Pacific right now.
Oh, where is she?
The news article that captured her, is Pacific Island Times, but she's not here on the island. I can't say where she is because of medical reasons, and but even though at her time like this right now that she's going through, she never gives up, man. And this is one thing I say, man, this is breaking news.
That is wonderful news.
Yes, and it is something no one ever expected, that she's been doing this for years. This is a last thing. This is years in the making. And
yeah.
She did it, man. But anyways, thank you for your time. Half a day to you, Brad, and your family, and as well to the people. Memorias.
Thank you. We're going to reach out to her, see if we can't get her to talk about it when she gets back.
Thank you, bud.
All right, thank you. All right, Ray Kidd go out with breaking news, giving us a big announcement about that. Well, we'll try to get more info on it and talk more about it when we got something to look at. But in the meantime, this is the thing that we've got right now, that folks who have experienced the storm and had some impact from the storm, so that's pretty much everybody in the CNMI, even if you normally wouldn't qualify for a nutrition assistance program, you do now. She said that the approval does not mean benefits will arrive immediately because officials on the ground still need to finalize implementation details, including application procedures, eligibility guidelines, and timelines for benefit distribution. She asked residents to be patient and said details will be pushed out to the public. We've actually got the video, so let's see if we can't just get that on the screen for you and put that together. It's not hard to do, so let's just do it. What do you think about that? Yeah, that's good, Brad. All right, calm down. Yeah, let's get her on the big screen here. There it is. Let's turn this part off. We'll get this. Okay, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna move it to the other screen so we can share it here. Boom. All right, you ready for this? Here we go.
Days and Tiro, everybody. I'm back in DC and I want to hop on here real quick to give you guys some very welcomed news. All right. So we just heard from USDA that they've just approved the additional nutrition assistance for the Commonwealth through its disaster nutrition assistance authorities. Okay. And this means nearly $40 million in food assistance support could be reaching households across the CNMI for people who really, really need it, all right? So what does this mean? So for households already receiving NAP benefits, USDA has approved the maximum benefit amount plus an additional 20% increase for 6 months, okay? 20% increase for 6 months. And for households that may not normally qualify for NAP but were impacted by the typhoon, USDA has also approved disaster NAP, all right, for 2 months. So, for those people who were impacted or experienced disaster related hardship, disaster nutrition assistance has also been approved. And I know a lot of folks have been asking about that, and that has been approved for 2 months. All right. I also, wanted to share this. Okay. USDA approval, this approval also includes additional oversight measures. All right. So before a second month of DNAP benefits is distributed, USDA will approve the program and see if, compliance requirements are being met, right? And that this money is going where it's supposed to be going, okay? Now, approval doesn't mean you're going to get this tomorrow because the folks on the ground still need to finalize implementation details, including application procedures, eligibility guidelines, and timelines for benefit distribution, okay? So please, por favor, be patient. Help is on the way, but let NAP get to the work of making sure that they do this the right way and that they roll out this program the way it's supposed to be rolled out, okay? And I also just want to hop on here once again and give them a shout out and thanks for all the hard work that they've put into getting the help that we all need for our families, all right? So thank you, Team NAP. All right. So I'm sure that as those details become available, it will be pushed out to the public. But in the meantime, this is very welcome news. Help is on the way. I just ask that everybody be patient and give our hardworking people at NAP love and grace. All right. Have a great week. I miss you guys already. Love you.
Man, that's our U.S. Congresswoman. She's awesome. I'm telling you, I don't know anyone who doesn't think she's great. And she's out there spreading the word, letting us know all this stuff that's going on. Ooh, that's the wrong button. There we go. All right, yeah, and I love those messages. It's just a great way to get that stuff out. It's super easy, and it's good for us too. It'd be easier if we got a little bit of a heads up. Which is okay. But as soon as we get it, because we follow her, of course, we follow all of our elected officials, and when they've got stuff to put out, we're ready. We're ready to go when they are. And hopefully, they're ready to go all the time with new info, which is great stuff. All right. Well, anyway, we do have more information coming. Speaking of coming, we've got our a CEO from IT&E who's coming. He's actually going to be rolling in a little bit this morning. And then Manny Castro, Senator from Saipan, he's going to be on with us today as well. What else is going on? Well, it's great to see you guys. I can tell you that. Oh, no kidding. Charles, this is great. Charles says, hey, it's glad to see Saipan bouncing back after the typhoon. I used to live out there from 1962 to 1966 when my father was high commissioner. How cool is that? I bet you've got some stories. Saipan certainly looks a lot different from back in the days when you were here. But I bet you got some great stories about what it was like growing up out here. That is awesome. Eric Mofnas, my veteran brother, is here. He says, good Tuesday morning, Brad, CNMI, and everyone listening. It's a beautiful day. Have a blessed and safe day. Take care, stay safe, and God bless you always. Good morning, Marianas. That's right. And Louisa says, hey, you. Normally, she's like, hello. That is it. Hey, we talked a little bit about yesterday about the big event that's happening at World Resort. And it is great. I'm a big fan of everything. Oh, I can't use that one. I'm a big fan of everything that's going on over there right now. And it is is this the new one? Let me make sure you got the right one here. I don't want to give you guys the bad one. But it is day 2 of the USAID Summit for 2026. Well, there's something else going on tonight. Now, look, I know you got your work plans today. You can't just jump in and change everything at the drop of a hat. But maybe tonight you're able to do this. This is going to be really pretty cool. So tonight, well, this afternoon, 4 o'clock, you want to get down to Saipan World Resort. And I'm telling you guys, this is going to be great. It's the first time they've done it here. It is an ASL concert. So there's going to be singing, there's going to be signing, there's going to be music, and it's a little something for everybody. We got it up on the screen. It doesn't cost anything, but the seats are going to be limited. So if you want to get in, register, you can. We've got it up on the screen. We've already posted it on the socials and on the website and everything like that. But my goodness, it's going to be a lot of fun. Taga Hall, Saipan, you want to get there today. And even you might not know all the songs. Doesn't matter. What you're going to be doing is going to be supporting a lot of folks who worked hard to try to put on a great show for you today, too. And, man, we posted some photos from yesterday when we went down there, taking some photos. And someone's like, you bring joy to these. I'm like, no. It's the opposite, completely the opposite. The men and women who go to like the Center for Living Independently and the folks who are advocating and the folks who are there, they're the ones who bring some balance to your life. You go there and you're going to feel great. If you don't normally interact with folks who are differently able than yourself, then you're missing out for a couple of different reasons. One, they're just regular folks in the community. That's one thing. But number two, it gives you, at least for me, it gives me a better appreciation of what I have and the things, the obstacles that other folks have to overcome that you might not think about. You probably wouldn't normally think about it because you're so wrapped up in what's going on with you. It doesn't mean that you're inconsiderate or anything. It just means that, we're just humans. We're just dealing with what we got and all that stuff all the time. But going and meeting folks who have other challenges than you is really cool. It's super beneficial to me. And the other thing is, there's some smiles over there that you just can't get from anywhere else in the world. Like, it is just the greatest. I want to go back there today. So I have a meeting that I scheduled for 10, and I didn't want to. I really want to be there this morning, but we had the show today. I couldn't. I knew my plan was never to do the morning show twice from there, but I want to be there at 10:30 because Kathy's got a presentation today, and I want to see it. But I have a meeting at 10 o'clock that's been a long time coming, and I didn't want to push that back. But this is going to be a great day throughout the rest of the day. You got to meet some of these folks, man. I'm telling you, the folks who are in the industry, the folks who normally who work in organizations that help folks advocate for themselves, the folks who work in agencies that support folks who are, I don't know if you would call it vulnerable part of the population, but folks who I'll just say, unfortunately, get overlooked. You got to put yourself in that environment. And if you don't, well, especially if you are like an elected leader or an appointed leader for certain things, you're going to feel great, first of all, going there and being a part of it. And if you, at the very least, when they do these kind of events, when they, like the organizers and all that other stuff, you know, they also take the time to appreciate the folks who support them throughout the year. And so yesterday, there were a lot of folks who were either named individually or their organization was named and they were recognized, but they weren't there yesterday. It was a little tough to hear it, that the folks weren't there for it. Now, maybe they weren't notified. They probably were. I'm telling you, when you get notified, when you get invited to something like this, don't miss out. You're going to find out about all the hard work that the folks up there at the college for You Said do throughout the year. Like, there is an entire wing. There's like 7 digits long worth of funding that comes into the CNMI just to support the development of programs for folks with developmental disabilities. And the people who organize those programs work their butts off all year round. And they're some of the most considerate folks that you're ever going to meet. Well, anyway, all that is to say, if you go down there today, they're going to knock your socks off 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock for the ASL concert. Yeah, it was great. It was great to see folks there hanging out and signing. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't know sign language, even though my wife does. I certainly don't. But inspired me to want to learn. Saw one of my former neighbors said hi. And he's a nonverbal guy, but he can sign. And I can't have a conversation with him, unfortunately. But I would, and imagine if you do learn it, the appreciation that someone's going to get that you took the time to do it, just so you can have that kind of conversation with them. It's pretty great. All right, let's see. Oh, no. Yikes. All right. That happens a lot. Okay, no problem. All right. Again, messages come in here all the time for different things. Our senator gave us a heads up saying that they weren't going to be able to. He's still coming in. Got a flat tire. I'm like, no, but he's going to be in here. All right, let's see. Who do we got here? Yeah, that's all right. So Louisa, no way. I just now looking back at the comments. Louisa says, guess what? We've got senior division playoffs this weekend, and we're preparing majors and junior all-stars to compete in Korea. No way. My goodness, Saipan is starting to take a turn, like for the better with all this stuff. This is great news. Really excited. Thank you, Louisa. I needed that. I need to hear more about it. I got to hear from maybe the Little League group so we could talk about it or something like that. That would be awesome. Whether, maybe a press release or maybe do a little interview, talk about what's going on. But senior division playoffs sound awesome. I'm so lost for the last 2 months with where everything was with playoffs and all that stuff. I got to be brought back up to speed for sure. Bert Suda, hey, what's going on? Great to see you. He says, good morning, Brad. Well, great to see you too. Awesome. Thanks for joining us this morning. But yeah, the baseball stuff, man, I totally, all those leagues and stuff like that got kind of put on hold. Even our soccer league got put on hold. We were supposed to play on the 12th. The storm didn't come till Monday, start getting here till Monday, but the games on Sunday were postponed. And I'm like, come on, we could have got that game in there. We could have. True story. But the, out of abundance of precaution and all that other stuff, they said, let's just cancel it and postpone it. Well, I think that kind of means that we're going to end up being scrapped. Oh, gosh. All right, hold on. All right. No, that's good. All right. Hey, I'll tell you what. We do have another update. We got sports and news for you, too. We still also got to take a break, so we might as well do that, too. But we're going to take a real quick break. When we come back, we'll have your latest sports update as well, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
If you think girls and women's equality matter, stand up. If girls and women's sports matter, and you want your daughters to have the same opportunity you had, stand up. If you know that it isn't fair or safe to allow males to compete in girls' sports, because it's, obvious, stand up. Don't be cowed by people who call you a bigot. You're not a bigot. Don't let men tell us how to be good girls. Don't let others tell you you just need to be quiet. Sit down. Be nice. It's not nice to further a lie. It's not mean to believe in women's equality. We deserve our own sports, privacy, fairness, safety. We deserve a chance to compete and win. So don't be nice. Don't be careful. Be honest. Be brave. Fight for women. We've come too far to give up now. And if you agree with that, stand up and stand with us.
Shiny smiles all around, where happiness is found. It's the little things that make it true. Shiny smiles start with you.
News, I'm Ben Thomas. Both sides appear now to have halted, but Sakamagane reports another round of strikes between Israel and Iran threatened to plunge the Middle East back into full-scale war.
They were the first attacks since the U.S. struck a ceasefire deal with Iran 2 months ago, after President Trump wrote on social media the shooting must stop.
توقف عملیات نیروهای مسلح.
Iran's state-run TV announced the military was halting offensive operations in Tel Aviv. Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu implied this round of fighting is over, while warning his forces would retaliate against more attacks. Sagar Magani, Washington.
A 7.8 magnitude earthquake rocked the southern Philippines today, killing at least 35 people, most of the deaths due to a landslide in Sarangani province. 2 tropical storms have formed, Boris expected to bring heavy rain to southern Mexico's Pacific coast, while Christina has formed in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Nicaragua. And big excitement in New York City ahead of Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Julie Walker has a report.
Outside Madison Square Garden, Knicks fans like James Morrow and Agatha Agoli were looking at a team that was just 2 wins away from their first championship since 1973.
Let's go Knicks, baby! We sweeping them. It's the blue broom.
The Knicks beating the Spurs in their first 2 away games of the finals. Now they're back at home where fan Guardia Christian predicts a sweep.
Knicks in 4, the way they're playing, the only way they lose is if they defeat themselves. The Spurs aren't going to beat them.
Meanwhile, security in and around MSG extra tight for President Trump's visit. He'll watch the game as a guest of owner James Dolan. A massive perimeter fence was put up and the free watch party outside the Garden canceled. There are other free watch parties around the city instead. Julie Walker, New York.
This is AP News. Seth Sutel now with the AP Markets Report.
Stocks held steadier on Wall Street and recovered some of their sell-off from last week. The S&P 500 rose 0.3%. The index fell 2.6% Friday. That was its biggest drop since October. The Dow fell 80 points. That's about 0.2%. The Nasdaq Composite added 0.9%. Companies that sell computer chips, memory, and other building blocks of the AI boom did especially well, following their steep drops last week. Micron Technology rose about 10%. Crude oil prices climbed following more fighting between Israel and Iran. Brent crude climbed 1.2%. Seth Sutel, New York.
That left Brent at $94.25 per barrel. U.S. gasoline prices remain on a downward trend. AAA puts the nationwide average for regular grade at just above $4.16 per gallon. There's more news at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
Fox Sports Update.
The weekend off for the NBA Finals. Perhaps that's exactly what the Spurs needed after dropping the first 2 games to the Knicks in Texas. Game 3 Monday night from Madison Square Garden in New York. Spurs head coach Mitch Johnson hoping to improve moving forward.
Felt like we chased the game a little bit. They made some really tough shots at the end of the shot clock, and I thought that affected our approach at times and took away from just trying to play our brand of basketball.
Again, that was after Game 2. The Knicks have won 13 in a row. They last lost April 23rd. While the Spurs are licking their wounds, so too are the Carolina Hurricanes. They almost pulled off the comeback. They trailed Vegas 4-0 in the third period of Game 3 before tying it. But the Golden Knights won the game at double overtime. Canes head coach Rod Brindamore still sour.
I knew we were going to get going eventually. Get back in the game, give us a chance to win. But you can't have those mistakes in the second period. You just can't have them this time of year.
The Golden Knights now have a 2-1 series lead. Game 4 will be Tuesday night. Meanwhile, Connor McDavid of the Oilers, he's won the Ted Lindsay Award as the NHL's most outstanding player as voted by his peers. This is the 5th time McDavid has won it. Lots of baseball to get to. Finals. Here we go. Mets beat the Padres 7-3. Angels outscore the Dodgers 13-5. Diamondbacks 5, Nationals 1. The Brewers rout the Rockies 12-4. Rangers blank the Guardians 10-0. Cardinals 5, Reds 3. Royals over the Twins 6-5. Athletics blank the Astros 5-0. Meanwhile, from golf, JT Poston in a playoff wins the Memorial. At the French Open on the men's side, Alexander Zverev wins in 5 sets, his first major title. It's Game On with the Fox Sports app, available wherever you download apps. I'm Jay Berman.
Get more on the Fox Sports app and foxsports.com.
If you see something, say something, and stay anonymous. Call Crime Stoppers at 234-7272 or submit a tip online at NMICrimeStoppers.com. No names, no caller ID, no recordings, just your info. And if your tip leads to an arrest, you could earn up to $1,000 in cash. Your tips have helped take hundreds of criminals off the streets in the NMI. It works because of you. Crime Stoppers, we want your information, not your name. PHI is your local pharmacy serving customers in Cagman, Garapan, and Dandan since 1996. Shop PHI Pharmacy for all your prescriptions, and we even offer a large line of multivitamin supplements. Our Dandan location is open weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 4 on weekends. Or visit our Garapan and Cagman locations weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 1 on Saturdays. Check us out online at phipharmacy.com or follow us on Facebook. PHI is a locally owned independent community Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
morning, Marianas. Welcome back. It is 8:25 in the morning here on Tuesday, June 9th. It is day 2. Today is the second day of the You Said Summit over at World Resort Saipan. If you haven't gotten down there, go on down there today. The presentations are going to be starting shortly, and it's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to make some friends. They've got great coffee. They've got food. They've got pastries. They've got fruits, juice, you name it. They got it all, and it doesn't cost you anything. All it's going to do is make you feel a lot better when you see all the smiles. It's like, hey, who's this new guy who cares about us over here? It can be you. You should go down there and check it out. That's going all day today. And remember the ASL concert. That's right, the sign language concert that is going to be tonight. And you don't want to miss it from 4 to 6. It's going to be a big hit. Also, free. So get yourself some free air conditioning while you're there. Bring an empty box. See if you can bring that cold air all the way home and you'll be fine. Well, some things you can bring home, like technology. And we have the CEO of IT&E with us in studio this morning, David Gibson, to tell us all about these great things that are happening. Dave, great to see you this morning.
I'm glad to be back. I feel like it's been forever, but I guess it's just been a couple of weeks. But yeah. It's good to be home here.
Well, I'm glad to have you back in studio. By the way, in case it seems like it's been a while anyway, but we had a temporary home over at IT&E, and still want to say thanks and the appreciation for letting us co-locate over there at the Susupi office. That was really awesome.
Well, I think Velma's probably very lonely now. All by her lonesome up there.
Man, being there, you can really see, in as many hours as we were there, you can really see and hear how people are working behind the scenes. People don't get to see that. They think of IT&E as maybe the trucks that go around different places or the customer service folks, but the actual work to get all the heavy stuff done.
No, there's a lot of folks behind the scenes that make that happen, and just tremendous amount of even on a normal day, tremendous amount of activity. But certainly the last 2 months have had everybody in the team working just enormous hours. So yeah, you may not see it outside, but yeah, they were working quite a bit. We're still burning the midnight oil on a lot of things too. So we're still working on Tinian. So hopefully we'll have Tinian resolved pretty soon. For your listeners who are there, we had significant damage at the airport and at our central office. So we're in the process of rebuilding those sites. So
wow,
yeah. So we've got some service there, but we're trying to make that a little bit better for folks. The island's back on commercial power, which is good from what I understand. So things are improving over there.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I know you guys have a big tower down in San Jose, right?
Yeah.
So did that thing that was still standing?
That one's still standing. That one came back online very early on. In fact, the biggest problem we had with that tower, and actually thank you to CUC because I think they helped us with it, was the entrance was a massive tree blocked the entrance. So we just couldn't get fuel to the generator. So once we had that removed after a couple days, that monster came back. And and that actually feeds our tower on the north side of the island by Northfield, Voice of America.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. I was surprised when we went up there. It's like more than a month ago now. I can't lose track of time. Yeah. But we went to Tinian. We had a great signal when we were over there, especially when we were on the north side of the island.
Yeah, that's it. We have the Voice of America tower there. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
When did that start?
Oh, it hasn't. I think we went live on that about a year ago, a little over a year ago. We put that site up. It was actually right before Voice of America shut down.
No kidding.
Yeah, literally right before they shut down.
It used to be one of those things like, hey, I'm going up to the north part of Tinian. We're going to get out of range.
I'll write you a letter.
Yeah. But unless you got out to the beach, like when you go over there by the blowhole and stuff like that, you could pick up the Saipan signal or something.
Yes, you get the Saipan signal. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And so Long Beach too, I'm like, man, but the service now is pretty awesome.
Now you can, like from Coral Ocean area, you can pick up the Tinian signal. So it's, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, there's a big question. Juan, let me ask you, see if you got anything on there. It says, Juan says, morning, Brad. Can you ask when we will have cable internet? I imagine that has to deal with your power at the house.
Yeah, well, cable internet. Well, that would be with with Docomo if it was cable, and man, their trucks are all over the place. So hopefully that's soon. But you also need to have, whether it's Docomo service or candidly IT&E service. If you don't have power at your house, those modems aren't gonna work. But if you do have power, well, if you're an IT&E customer and you do have power and your service isn't working, please call in because it's supposed to be working, and we'll get somebody out to your house. And if you have Docomo, you just need to call them. I think they post online where they're working every day. So they've got a huge crew out there.
This could be a perfect solution to all the folks. They talk about kids being so attached to their devices and even adults too. And, so they're not going outside and do anything. What if you just hook up a little generator to your internet device powered by a bike? So you're sitting there on your stationary bike at the house just so you can surf and your kids can do whatever they want to do. You're getting everything put together. The fitness part is taken care of.
That's good. Yeah, you never know.
It doesn't have to be a ton of power, just enough.
Just enough to download.
Yeah, there you go.
Then you can put a value on the internet because maybe after 10 minutes, you're like, I don't need to be on my phone anymore.
But I just need to get this. I love the idea. And if you could pedal faster for the speeds, that would be something that's pretty neat too. It could be an opportunity. Mm-hmm. It could be a storm opportunity.
Someone with a great idea.
Yeah, it'll be one of those things lost to the world. But at least we had it today. You guys are doing a lot of stuff, and when you're coming out here to the CNMI, I always figure something big must be happening.
Yeah, I mean, this last month has marked the beginning of our bead project. So we're actively starting to, get ready to build fiber. So we're meeting with, different stakeholders in the community and updating them. Mostly here just to make sure everyone's doing okay in these difficult times. But as far as our customers are concerned, this is a great time. We have the Loop program, which has been incredibly popular. So folks who are looking to get 50 cents off a gallon on gas, which, I mean, I could probably just end there. That's the reason why you should be on it. But you also get free roaming and data roaming, and you get a free service. So, it's a good time if you want to pick up a little MiFi for your house or backup internet or something you can take with you, or maybe it's time for your kids to get a line of their own. It's free.
IT&E Solar sounds like a great new product.
Yeah. We're rebuilding our solar. We lost all of our solar. So
really?
Yeah, and so super. Yeah, we lost almost all of our panels. So it just cleared right off the roof. That was probably the biggest damage. There was the loss of the solar panels.
No kidding.
So people in the solar business, I think they're doing pretty well right now. They've got, between selling solar generators and all of the solar rebuilds, replacing panels, things like that.
Yeah, I was just talking. One of my friends has one of those businesses, and I'm like, I was going to talk to you before the storm happened, not like just before. Say, let's do something. Let's get you something on the show, because that's what we'll figure out, some kind of a sponsor deal or something like that. And I'm like, now I can't imagine that there's any chance. He's like, Brad, I can't even take all the orders. No. He's like, but I still want to do something. I'm like, all right, so let's do it. But either way, they are like nonstop. And all those quotes that you got before, they're like, yeah, that was before. Mm-hmm. So
that was yesterday's quote. That's not today's quote. Yeah, I'm sure it's a killer business right now.
Yeah, you guys, I know you got your hands full, but keep your lights on, but spell LITNE. It would be a great product for you guys, and that way you don't have to worry about it. I mean, after that storm, but did you guys learn anything about the solar stuff from those things blown away?
So what's interesting is the IP&E. They have a solar company. So we do have a solar company as a sister company in Guam, but they don't do Saipan yet. But so we do know quite a bit about solar that we've learned from our sister company. We have our main campus in Harmon on Guam. I think it's 480 kilowatts we get off of our roof.
Wow.
Yeah, the whole roof is a sheet of glass. We put that in about a year and a half ago. But yeah, it's just, I think it's just under 500 kilowatts of solar that we have there.
It's incredible.
Yeah, so we do a lot of solar up there. We just don't have a lot of roof real estate here. But Susupe well, used to have solar on it, and Lower Base has solar too. So yeah, so we gotta get it repaired. But no, we do a lot with solar in Guam.
No kidding. So the BEAD program stuff. So last time you were here was a big announcement because we finally had the signing.
It was done, signed. Yes. So now we're in the process of ordering 100 miles of fiber, handholds, the whole thing, getting ready to hire folks to start construction. So you'll see a lot more activity in the next 30 to 60 days from ITINI as far as the BEAD project's concerned. So,
Wow.
yeah, we're really excited.
Now, are any of these are you like contracting, or are you like hiring local folks for stuff?
Well, we'll either be hiring locals or hiring local contractors. So
Okay.
we're not bringing anyone in off island. So one way or the other, we're committed to having local talent doing the project for sure.
That's great.
Yeah, no. It is going to be good, and as we start, we'll be posting the neighborhoods that we're building in, and folks can either sign up, or they can have us just put fiber to their home. They don't even have to sign up for service. Just at a later time if they want it, it's there. It's all free of charge, so there's no cost to the resident. So yeah, but we're very excited about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it because it's like the federal government realized that people need the high speed internet access, right? And it's just like having water, or having power coming to your house. Like, we're going to hook that utility up to your house, and we're giving you the best one available. And it's that storm resilient stuff, the buried
It's buried.
stuff.
Yeah. You got to have it buried. I mean, we don't put our water system in open trenches on the side of the road. We bury it because it's important. So no, it's all buried, which is the most important thing.
By the way, a comment came in from Daryl Hart, says, "Hey, if you can, please thank him for hiring some pretty awesome people. The service in the store is painless and the employees are very nice."
Yeah.
How about
I'm the
that?
worst employee.
That's great.
No, we've got great folks. And the other thing I'll say too, and this is actually more of an apology for, we have been short-staffed in our call center. So I know that I've seen some posts online, and I'm sure there's some level of frustration for folks who might have called in and have had long hold times. So we're trying to get that fixed as soon as possible, but I don't want it to be, it's not lost on me that some folks have been waiting a little longer than they should be when calling in. But that's just a result of us being a little short-staffed in our call center, but we're working on that. But we do have the best employees. 100%.
And they stay for a long time too. You've got like some real legacy staff over there.
Yeah, we have people, they've been there forever. They know the customers and the network at the back of their hands, and they know where all the skeletons are buried and all the good things like that. But no, we, at least I do, I think it's important to treat, your teammates right and make sure that they have a good work experience and work-life balance. Of course, none of our employees have had a great work-life balance in the last month and a half, but but normally we like to think that we try to provide that.
Well, as long as work is life, they've had a great work-life balance. That's
exactly.
perfect. Speaking of which, I saw Janice Tenorio and her staff over at the Rise Up concert.
Oh yes, yeah, we had a pop-up there. Yeah, so I actually tried to come out for that. But my first time in 2.5 years, I couldn't get a flight out of Guam.
Wow.
United was booked Friday and Saturday and actually Sunday. So I was planning on being out here for the weekend and be part of the concert. But her and her team did a great job. She sent me tons of photos. So it looked like it was a lot of fun.
United's great. And all that. Have you ever tried taking Max or Star coming over from Guam?
No, it's funny. It wasn't until I was chatting with somebody last night. I didn't even know you could. I guess you have to lay over, but you have to go through Rota. Is that what the deal is?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes it's just a direct flight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Out of Guam?
Mm-hmm.
This is who? Star Marianas?
Yeah, for both.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh, I'll have to check that out. That
Totally
didn't even dawn
check
on
it
me.
out. It's great. I love it. I fly with Star all the time going to Guam.
Yeah.
In fact, like probably maybe next week sometime I might be heading down there because I got to do a Home Depot run.
Yeah.
I got to pick up a bunch of stuff. And
Is it expensive to fly it back on Star?
what, the stuff?
Yeah. At Home Depot stuff?
It depends on how much you got. I mean,
Yeah.
like I can't bring a refrigerator back with me.
But like a
as
car
carry-on.
trunk's worth of stuff kind of a thing? Yeah.
If you go over a certain weight, it's more about the weight than the size.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm usually pretty good. And if there's anything crazy, you could fly it on Star's Cargo on a separate flight too.
Oh.
And those prices are great. So I know that only because I've shipped like 2 generators now already coming from Guam.
Oh, that's
And-
pretty heavy. You got that, and they did that on Star?
Yep.
Wow.
And actually, you know what? The last one I got was on Max. One was on Star, one was on Max. So I got it through my one was through a friend, and one was from the in-laws. So
Huh.
good stuff.
The generator's pretty heavy to go on those planes. I'm surprised.
Well, one was a real heavy one. The other one was like it's almost like a carry-on.
Oh,
like a
right,
50-pound
right.
carry-on.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So not too bad at all. So those are just options. You can come in. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's,
yeah, I didn't know that. I will try that next time because I really wanted to be out here for the concert. It didn't even dawn on me that I could do that.
Well, think about it. Every seat is business class. Every seat, every seat is a window and an aisle.
You got I've been on them before. Yeah. Oh, that's good. How long does it take?
So when you go through Star, it's about an hour. And if you're going through Max, if you take the direct flight, it's about 45 minutes. Or
Well, it's not too bad.
No, it's not. And when you go through Rota, so you get down, and you they'll reboard you and everything because they got to get all their cargo stuff out and whatever they're sending to Guam. But it's a real quick transition.
I heard it's like 10 minutes. It's
Yeah.
it's barely a layover.
Mhm.
Nice.
So I love it. I'm a fan.
And you're not going to miss your flight.
they will go and find you. Wait, why is he in Song? It's like, all right, go get him. No, I've had no problems. It's really simple. And the other part is when you think about, people are like, but it takes longer or whatever, right? But you don't have TSA. You're not having to get there 2 hours ahead or whatever to get there, even an hour ahead.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to go through all the security stuff. You don't have to wait. Then when you get there, you got to go through the baggage claim, all that other stuff. There's none of that. You get in and out at that commuter terminal pretty quick. And if you got a rental car, I don't have, there's not a rental car that's right there co-located by the offices, but they'll come and pick you up if you just tell them ahead of time, hey, I'm going to arrive there. And yeah, I'm a pro at flying with these guys now.
Yeah, I may have to check that out.
Yeah.
I like it.
I think you save time, and I enjoy it. Again, you don't have to go through TSA. That's the number one. That's the big win.
Yeah, that is probably quicker, right?
Mhm.
No TSA.
So much quicker.
No.
And the parking's easier. If you were to park over there, or if you get dropped off, like I don't know how you do it. Like if you're doing the business trips, if you're parking your own car at the airport, or if someone's dropping you off.
Yeah.
But right there at the commuter terminal, you're fine. You're golden. So
Yeah, that's great.
yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, look, I learned something.
There you go. And
The more you know.
Yeah, that's it. All right. There's some other stuff going on this week that I'm excited about with you guys. I guess we're going to hear about, is it next week? Janiyah sent me a message. Janiyah Twain sent me a message. But the big thing is, I guess, basically just continuing on with bead stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the two big things we're working on right now is bead. That's certainly the biggest long-term project. And, as people are coming back and they're getting their power back, making sure that home internet is working, so as the power comes back, especially for our DSL customers, we're actively going out to our customers and making sure that everything's coming back online the way it's supposed to. So, and again, if you're a DSL customer, especially with this loop program, good time to either get on fiber for in front of your house or get on our ultra high speed fixed wireless. So it's a really good time to be doing that. And then we'll just flip you over to fiber when you'll be right on the list. So when fiber comes by your house, we'll just flip you right over.
Speaking of that,
and that fixed wireless is cheaper than DSL.
That's incredible, and it's faster.
Oh, it's 5 times faster than DSL,
and it's less expensive. There's no reason for it.
And if you sign up for the loop, you get 50 cents off a gallon of gas.
It's the best deal.
Yeah. And then when you flee during the next typhoon, you have free roaming.
So by the way, we're getting ready to take a trip to the States. And so that was the first question my wife was asking. Hey, do we already have it? And I'm like, oh, I got to call. Find out. I wasn't sure if we were automatically kicked on because we're already at that level. But if not,
you should be, but call anyway,
just to make sure.
I mean, are you getting the 50 cents off? Do you notice?
I don't really notice it. I already have
call.
Pacific points.
You call and you should be automatically enrolled, but just call and make sure, especially before your trip.
That free roaming.
Free data roaming, US, Japan, Taiwan, China, Philippines, all the places you want to go.
Well, the free data roaming in the mainland is huge.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're already spending $150 a month, get on the loop, and then you get to add another free service.
Yeah. And if you're not, sign up for a service that gets you to 100. I mean, if you're not using us for mobility, you're not using us for your home internet, this is the time to do it, because once you hit that 150 mark, you are enrolled for free in the loop, and and the enrollment is a limited time. So get out there today.
I know so many folks have the cell phones, like everybody has a cell phone nowadays. You see everybody walking around with some level of a smartphone on their hands. How about the legacy part of the business, like the landline stuff? I remember people used to have what they would call their typhoon phones. Like even if you lose power and everything, those phones always have power.
Yeah, right? Those are the old, they used to call them POTS lines, plain old telephone service is what it stands for. But those are still out there. Yeah, I mean, it's a declining part of our business. Most people are using cell phones, and and it's funny, even in businesses, I can actually speak for myself. I have an office phone on my desk. I don't know what the number is. I've never picked up. It's literally covered with dust. I've never dialed out on it. It's never rang.
Wow.
It literally, I just do. I think a lot of people, they just do everything on their mobile device. And I think for a lot of folks, the office phone is sort of is going away.
Yeah, it is for us.
Yep.
I mean, I haven't had one here because we have 2 cell phones, right? So I've got the one I carry around all the time. I got one that's for the show and for all the kind of, I guess you would call it my business phone, but it's really just for in here in the office.
Yeah.
Even for the house, now that the kids have cell phones, but it was actually like an even better deal just to have another cell phone at the house as like the house phone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, that's a lot of people do that. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what else we have. So Maureen has a question. She's out there in the mainland. She's like, not to be stupid, but since I'm in the mainland, doesn't AT&T or Verizon even consider helping folks out when they have like a storm like this? That's different. Like a different company, different part of the world. Do they ever reach out to stuff like this? People get hit by storms,
like on the mainland?
Yeah.
Oh no! I mean, I'm not local. You can tell. No, I grew up in telecom on the mainland. No, they don't. And not once have I ever gotten anything from my local phone company or mobility provider. I'm not going to say who my mobility provider is, but it sounds like Horizon. No. Like we suspended billing for customers who didn't have power, No. One thing those companies do is really well is bill. they've they may have service issues on the network, but the billing system never goes down. No,
So no is the answer. Maureen.
That's a hard no.
But it was a good idea, a good question. That would
a good question.
That would be nice. I'm also certain that we didn't get any calls from like Pacific Electric and Gas or something like that about sending us out any polls.
No, I don't. I know. I don't think you were probably top of their radar. No,
that's great. Loop is the big thing. The beat is the big thing. What else is going on?
That's it. Just supporting our crews, just trying to improve the network, getting some sites rebuilt. So we appreciate everyone's patience. The network continues to get better because as people's home internet starts coming back on, it takes the pressure off the mobility network. So that's one of the big questions I see posted online. They say, well, sometimes the service is slow on IT&E. And really the reason that is that in certain areas of the network, it's congested because where you might have IT&E for your home internet or anybody for your home internet, but you don't have power, people start using their phones as hotspots. And so now all of a sudden you have people who would normally be streaming Netflix on their landline connection, either with us or the other guys. Now they're doing it on the cellular network. And so that adds a lot of congestion onto the cellular network. So it's not that the network's broken in some areas. It's just that you're in areas where there isn't any power and people are using their mobile devices as their home internet. It just adds a lot of traffic. So it's nothing that we're doing, but we are trying to alleviate it as much as possible. And as power comes back on, that service will improve. Well, yes. And that holds true. Same thing for the other guy. I mean, everyone's experiencing it. It's just the nature of the technology.
Yeah, well, hopefully it starts bouncing back here soon. Speaking of alleviating pressure, do you think that AJ Brown's going to alleviate some pressure for Drake May in the next season?
He doesn't going to alleviate pressure off of him. Just listen. I was doubtful. I am all in on Drake May. I'm in. So we have a franchise quarterback. So as long as he doesn't, break his ankle on the opening game, he'll be good. This is our year.
Oh.
No, this is our year.
Do we have any proclamations?
That was just a test run last year. Make sure they knew how to get to the Super Bowl. Now that they know how to get to the Super Bowl again, it'll be a layup.
Can't believe it. Such great success right away, right out of the chute.
I know. That's either a good omen or a really, really bad omen. But
hey,
that's how Brady started. He started hot.
Yeah, it worked out. It also worked out great for Dan Marino. I mean, hopefully it's one of the find out. Always sliding in a little bit of football talk with the CEO from IT&E, David Gibson. Dave, thanks so much for being here with us.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, sorry.
A little late.
Here's a question. Juan was saying, "Hey, morning, Brad. Sorry, I was asking about IT&E providing fiber optic internet service in the future." Okay, yeah. So that's it. It's Juan. It's like a 4-year program, right? For installing.
Within the next 4 years, every building in the Marianas will have buried fiber. Will have buried fiber connectivity, and in the coming month, what we'll be doing is posting neighborhood by neighborhood when that's going to be when that work's going to be happening, so people will know. But again, we do have a lot of fiber out there right now. So always feel free to call in and see if your house is on the network. It's tough to tell because it's all buried, so you have to call in and we can let you know whether or not you're on the network. If you are, we'll pull fiber in tomorrow.
Awesome.
Sorry, we'll pull in fiber this week.
Yeah, or make it happen tomorrow. Get on it. There you go. All right. Well, thanks so much. PJ says, "Hey, we're gonna do it again, Seahawks." All right. There's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be a lot. Don't worry, PJ. You guys will have plenty of opportunities to talk. I know we're gonna see you again in here sometime soon. All right. Well, hey, thanks so much for finding some time to be in here with us again today.
Always glad to be here.
We're going to take a real quick break. We have our next guest who is lined up, made his way in. We're really excited about this. Senator Manny Castro is going to be giving us all kinds of great updates too. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. And we'll be back on the Fastest Network. Oh, what could that be?
Shiny smiles all around where happiness is found. It's the little things that make it true. Shiny smiles start with
They're friends and neighbors, sons, fathers. They're little league coaches and veterans. They're people who love this country. These are Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers. They are removing violent criminals from our streets and neighborhoods. It's dangerous and difficult work. But ICE has one mission: to make America a safer place to live. And that's what they're doing. This is law enforcement. This is ICE.
The weekend off for the NBA Finals. Perhaps that's exactly what the Spurs needed after dropping the first two games to the Knicks in San Antonio. Game 3 is Monday night from Madison Square Garden. Spurs head coach Mitch Johnson hoping to improve moving forward.
Felt like we chased the game a little bit. They made some really tough shots at the end of the shot clock, and I thought that affected our approach at times and took away from just trying to play our brand of basketball.
That was Johnson after Game 2. The Knicks have won 13 playoff games in a row. They last lost a game April 23rd. Amazing stuff. Elsewhere from the NBA, the Sixers are promoting assistant general manager Jameer Nelson to executive vice president of basketball ops. The Philly native and former NBA All-Star, now the number 2 executive for the franchise. Stacey King has passed away at 59. Very sad. A 3-time NBA champion with the Bulls, also a beloved broadcaster. Again, Stacey King was 59. While the Spurs are licking their wounds, so too are the Carolina Hurricanes. They almost pulled off the comeback last night in the Stanley Cup Final. They trailed Vegas 4-0 in the third period. They actually tied it, but the Golden Knights won the game in double overtime. Canes head coach Rod Brindamore still sour after the loss.
I knew we were going to get going eventually. Get back in the game, give us a chance to win. But you can't have those mistakes in the second period. You just can't have them this time of year.
The Golden Knights now have a 2-1 series lead. Game 4 will be Tuesday night. Meanwhile, Connor McDavid of the Oilers, he wins the Ted Lindsay Award. That's the NHL's most outstanding player, voted by his peers. It's Game On with the Fox Sports app, available wherever you download apps. I'm Jay Berman.
Get more on the Fox Sports app and foxsports.com.
After Super Typhoon Sinlaku, recovery isn't just about rebuilding homes and clearing debris, it's about taking care of each other. It's normal to feel stress, fear, or sadness during recovery. Healing isn't a straight path. Take it one day at a time. Acknowledge your feelings. Stay connected with family and neighbors. Build small daily routines. And if it gets overwhelming, reach out. Seeking support is a sign of strength. NM Posse's PIME program is here for CNMI residents. Call 670-235-7273 or 670-789-6021 or visit nmposse.org. Together we rebuild, and together we heal. You are stronger than the storm. A message from NM Posse's PIME program, paid for by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
Marianas, welcome back. It is 9:01 on Tuesday morning, and so much going on. There's stuff happening all over Saipan right now. Again, remember, today is day 2 of the You Said Summit over at Saipan World Resort. It costs you nothing to go in there. You can go in there and learn a whole bunch of great stuff. The University Center of Excellence for Developmental Disabilities. That's what's going on over there. You're going to learn a lot of stuff. You're going to meet a lot of new folks and have a great time. And it's going all day today. 4 o'clock is the ASL concert. Be there. If you have plans already, cancel them. Go down there and check it out. It's going to be a real feel-good thing today. And you're going to feel good, too, because they have great air conditioning. And it's one of the things that's happening at World Resort. While it's going on, you know, we don't know how much longer they're going to stay open. I know they're going to be there at least through the end of the month. But after that, you know, they were open for a bunch of events, but they were pretty much wrapping stuff up for a little while until we get some flights coming in. So we'll see how things work out. Speaking of things working out, things are working out great for the folks over at the Senate up on Capitol Hill. And we've got one of our senators here to help tell us about what's happening up there. We've got the pride of Precinct 2, Senator Manny Castro. Senator Castro, great to see you this morning.
Good morning, Brad. Good morning, Marianas.
It's great to have you. I really appreciate you taking the time. I know you've got a lot going on. We were talking just briefly right before we came back on, but there's so much stuff happening. Maybe we'll get from you. Like we haven't really got to check in with you after the typhoon, and so how are you doing with everything?
You know, like right now, I've been really focused at the multipurpose center. My staff and I. You know, there's apparently there's been challenges with occupancy letters and proof of ownership verifications. And initially, like right after the typhoon, my community workers, they were focused on getting water to people that didn't have cars. And so we had this like water buffalo on our trucks. But as soon as CUC started, you know, getting water back into the villages, did a little debris work, but then information came from that there was a bottleneck in terms of getting those verifications in. So I reached out to folks at the Recovery Assistance Center and found out, you know, what do they need? Would it help if I'm there, like assisting with that? And so far it's been working, you know, great. A lot of people are able to get what they need from our office, and it actually came about through a call from one of our constituents saying that, Senator, did you know you can sign off as a public official? And you know, looked at the regs, called FEMA directly, called the someone from the Joint Information Center to find out from the EOC, is this information correct? And as soon as you know, it was confirmed from FEMA and from also Red Cross, because we were assisting with Red Cross. Myself and my staff, we just stationed ourselves down there, and we'll be down there until I believe the 21st or 22nd.
Wow. Man, is there anyone else doing anything like that?
I know individual congressmen, and senators are doing it out of their own office. But from what I hear from FEMA, especially the guys there at the multipurpose center, there's like, this is the first time they've ever, with all the disasters that they experienced, it's the first time, at least the people there have experienced where a senator or a legislative official is side by side with them signing off papers, kind of removing the bottlenecks. And a lot of this goes hand in hand with a lot of the things I've been saying since I was a representative is infrastructure. And really agencies have to be following best practice. If we're following best practice, we wouldn't have some of the gaps that we're having. And just to speak, for example, businesses that are not legitimate, like let's say they never applied for a business license, kind of those, but yet those are the things that people need to understand what the role of the mayor is and what the role of the business is, right? So the mayor's responsibility is not to number each individual room within a structure.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor's responsibility was just the building itself. So just like this building, CETA, you give it a building number, it's on this street, but it's not the mayor's role to number each individual office here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one of the disconnects I've been seeing people, in the line complaining about the mayor's office that, the mayor never came in and gave me a room number. That's not the mayor's role. At the same time, different mayors have different prerogatives, but there's a reason why maybe the first mayor that started this street naming project, it was all, bidded out. There was a plan. There's a reason why everything's flowers in Garapan. There's a reason why everything's fruits and vegetables in Cagman. Just like in the States, if it's an odd number, like I-5, it's north to south. If it's even, it's east to west.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in a village and you see flowers everywhere, like street names and flowers, you're in Garapan area. If you are in a village and it's all coconuts, you're in the south, like Aslito, or food, you're in Coblerville. So
No kidding.
there's a best practice to why street names. So we cannot go around and keep changing the street names, because at the same time, when it's not updated with the GPS, then we get into problems. So we stepped in our office to try and close that gap. It's not something that normally we should be doing, but it was an emergent need that the bottleneck was getting bigger. And so it's not about control or whatever. It's about what can we do to get the help to our people faster, right? And that's how everybody should be operating.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't be territorial about who does what and who does.
So are you seeing that there's a lot of folks who are just really being helpful like that, though? Like, are people working together?
Yeah, I really, I just wanted to thank, some of the people that I saw firsthand, aside from FEMA, Red Cross, and all the guys that came in to assist, but also our local different agencies here locally. A big shout out to the DOC, Department of Corrections, the inmates themselves. And, this is not favoritism or anything, but, firsthand, I've seen like the inmates under the leadership of Commissioner Anthony Torres and Lieutenant Kidogua and other people within the DOC outreach program. So they're going out and with the supplies that they have, they're fixing homes. So they're delivering water. They've been partnering with VOAD and so firsthand, like these are the things that we should be looking at is what can we control? How can we improve the outcome? And at the same time, we need to look at the bigger picture of things, because this is our third typhoon.
Yeah.
We really need to, systems should already be in place. And like the water situation, for example, the CUC already has a procedure, right? This typhoon, to my understanding, it wasn't the same route.
No, it's
Normally during
crazy.
the typhoon, they shut off the water
Mm-hmm.
and let the but this time it was just running, so the tanks kind of like imploded because it was like almost empty.
So that part of the reason why they keep it close. So this is what we learned after 2015, is that when the storm's coming, you turn them off. And the main reason was, it wasn't even about the structural integrity. It was about that in the event that the wells aren't working and there's no power to the wells, you could still distribute water. And so that's why, and it was like a happy mistake, because they turned off Canatabla in 2015, but a lot of the other ones weren't. And Canatabla was one of the places that had water. And then the Agag site, which is over there, like by that that's got a great generator and a great ability to produce water. So they were able to put that up to Capitol Hill tank and then use that as another place where people can line up and get water. So they're like, all right, we're not going to mess around. Next time there's a storm and it's coming, we're going to turn that off, and then we'll be able to open it up so that we could do those kind of filling stations while we try to get the water on. We'll still have millions of gallons of water to give out. Well, they didn't do that this time. I'm not sure why. But I do know that that's not what they did.
Yeah, there's a lot of things so this typhoon just changed the game too, because again, like this, like 3 days, 4 days.
Yeah.
So, even like the solar panels that I had, like I didn't think of hardening that, right? Because the vendor told me, oh, these are typhoon grade. So I just, what I did was, I have Starlink at my house. I secured that. The Starlink didn't fly, so I had internet throughout the storm, and even after people were contacting, it's like, how are you guys? We cannot get a hold of anyone. But for some, it's like we were using Starlink. So redundancy is also a good thing. It's nice that we have Docomo, we have ITNI, we have Starlink available to us. So the government should also think in that way, having redundancy, backups to the backups.
Yep.
And if we applied that to other infrastructure such as power, water, we're not going to have this kind of stress that our people had to endure. We should be already veterans in this, and to some extent we are, but we can always do better. Everyone can do better. The legislature can do better. And I've been saying that, there were people out in the community that was like, man, everything you've been saying since 2 years ago is like, boom, right? And I say it not to brag or say, I'm saying it so that someone, like everybody involved can take it and run with it, and let's make it happen.
Well, now you've got some stuff that's happening. I know that you guys have a session coming up. Is it tomorrow?
So the PUTC in the Senate is Friday.
Friday
afternoon. We do have Senator Karina has her committee meeting in the morning, 10 a.m. For some of her committee the bills going through our committee, but the PUTC will be in the afternoon.
All right, so let's talk about some of the stuff that you guys have. I know there's some stuff that I'm sure you're really interested in, but with all the stuff that's on there, you got to explain one thing to me. Jaywalking, how is that with the PUTC? Okay. I'm looking at all those things. I'm like, how does this fit in this thing?
Okay, so PUTC is Public Utilities, Transportation, and Communications.
Transportation.
That's from Congressman Joe Flores. He's been trying to get that for a while. He's a former law enforcement officer with all the hit and runs and But at the same time, there were just some technicalities in that bill. Because again, there's a standard. Even if you took your driver's test and you read the manual, it talks about, like let's say by default, which in many states it's like that. Like by default, if you're in an like an intersection, automatic, that's a crosswalk. So there's things that we don't want to mess with if that's like a national highway safety thing. So the other bills that are in the committee mostly deal with utilities and specifically CUC. Senator Karina has a bill that's in the committee, so there's a Senate version. Congressman Vicente Audon also has his version from the House. Not exactly the same, but do have some similarities. Congressman Audon has two bills in that we're going to be looking at. One is really about audits and making sure CUC does that regularly. The other one is more about valuation and also it talks about privatizing CUC.
Wow.
Senator Karina's Senate bill also talks, goes into that, but it's not really like a full-on, it's more like to allow CUC still has a little bit more control in her version. So kind of like other jurisdictions where the utilities kind of like controls the rates and pricing and billing, but then they purchase power from producers. So whether that's renewable or conventional systems, it's all spelled out in her version. And I think Senator Karina's it goes it really defines things more. I think it's kind of that version is more for it's very business friendly.
So there's 2487. It's to require independent valuation of the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation, restore constitutional and audit oversight, modernize.
That's 2487.
Yep. This, by the way, this is great. We got this from your office. This is the announcement that goes out, right? Audit oversight, modernize procurement and review procedures, protect ratepayers, and clarify the economic framework for any privatization transaction and for other purposes. And for other purposes is the best because it covers everything.
We also have to not forget House Bill 24.
Yes, House Bill 2487. So you guys look at the House stuff and the Senate stuff when you guys have these.
So it's like vice versa. So like when the House passes something, it goes to the Senate reviews it. When the Senate passes something, it goes to the House reviews it. No issues, then it passes both houses, goes to the governor. Governor agrees, signs it. If he doesn't, he vetoes it.
Huh. Well, and hopefully, I know you guys are always trying to get the right stuff accomplished for everybody. So, you want them to sign it all the time. But then House Bill 2488, this is another one hitting up CUC saying, hey, a full-on audit. These things they seem really similar, 2487 and 88.
Yep. Except one, the 2480. Okay, so 2487, if you read into it, it talks about privatization also. And then 2488, it's more about the like billing and audits and financial stuff. Which, I feel like we shouldn't be doing that. Like this is just my personal opinion. If agencies were accredited, then we don't have to legislate a lot of this. If they were operating by best practice, we don't have to legislate a lot of this. You see agencies like NMC, PSS, they're accredited by their accrediting body, and they have best practice and standards that they have to follow. Otherwise, they lose it.
And then we got Senate bill that's 2458. Same thing. Require CUC to conduct quarterly reconciliation of all estimated billings per customer account. To require submission of reconciliation reports to the Commonwealth Public Utilities Commission, and to mandate timely customer account adjustments for overbillings and underbillings, to authorize penalties for noncompliance and for other purposes. And so it's pretty heavy on CUC. Wait, let me look at this one again. To require them to conduct quarterly reconciliations of all estimated billings. By the way, estimated billings are the worst. I remember getting them when we had a spot that was estimated. And if it goes estimated, it's going to just like basically, they're not even reviewing what you got. It's just based on whatever. If they couldn't make it, they give you an estimated, right? And if somebody was just, taking their little vacation, sleeping under a coconut tree or something instead of going to your house, it's already going to go to that. So if your billing is actually high, should be higher, and you've been paying lower because of the estimated, all of a sudden you're going to get hit with a lump sum of something. And if you don't pay it, you're out of luck. And then you could work out something with CUC. But the other way is that you could be paying a lot more than what you're actually using. And then all of a sudden you get a much lower thing. I ended up getting that. This is years ago. And I never noticed that it had a little E on there for the estimated part of the billing. And I ended up not having to pay for like 3 months. And I was so frustrated. I'm like, I have reduced everything I could possibly do. We turned off the water heater. We did this. We did all this other thing. And it's still this high. Well, yeah, it's estimated. And so by the time they came back, again, it was like 3.5 months I didn't have to pay for power.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, I have the same experience. One house is really high, and then my grandfather's house where I used to stay, it's in brackets, so it's like, so far I think I overpaid the last 3 months.
Wow.
So one is underpayment and the other is overpayment. So but with the technology, with smart meters and everything, we shouldn't be estimating a lot. Like the technology's there. It's a matter of how we use it, how we implement regulations and laws. So, I mean, even we visited. There was a utilities event that I attended, and like that's where I learned about like some of the technology that's available within what we currently have, but we're just not really utilizing it to its full potential. Like the smart meters, it could be remote. But again, like CUC mentioned in one of the hearings, you have to change it out a lot because of all the. But that's something that we should account for and factor that in already.
Yeah, they had. I met a guy who they just hired for the water side.
Yeah.
That they're going to be doing all the remote stuff, the SCADA systems, right? So where you can do all that stuff. And this guy's like, "This is why they hired me." I'm like, I'm like, "Are you ever able to do this?" This is why they hired me. I'm totally bringing this stuff. I'm like, "Okay, this would be great." To be able to do that remote stuff and be able to. I mean, it'll save them a lot. As far as like, you got people going out there and doing all that stuff, but then it gives you a real accurate stuff. So if you end up having a leak, you can find out pretty fast if all of a sudden somebody's billing jumps up a crazy amount. So,
and so this public hearing that's coming up, these are very really big bills. Like the language in it, it's really talks about privatization. So I'm just inviting public, if you have any comments, please look into the bills, the language, and this is going to be the first public hearing we're having regarding these bills in the PUTC, and we want to make sure we get everybody's input, including CUC. And I want to give a shout out to CUC, the linemen out there, the water crew, like during the filling stations, everybody that was all hands on deck. And Yes, I know there's a lot of challenges that are being faced by CUC, but I just want to give a thank you to GPA and CUC that are doing their best to get our power restored.
Well, I'll thank them a lot more when they get to my house. No, no. No, they are killing it. They're going out everywhere, and they don't have all the resources that they need to get all this stuff done. So they're doing whatever they can. They're cobbling stuff together to make stuff work. They're picking up stuff that's hanging around or fell on the ground and getting it refurbished and good to go, getting it inspected and back into that network. And they're going to have to replace a lot of stuff too. But in the meantime, they're having some funding issues. And is that going to come to you, or is that just going to be the House first?
So the House, they're going to go to both House and Senate. And yeah, that's a big thing. And at the same time, you know what we need to, again, like what we should be doing is, if we're gonna make that kind of big investment, or we're gonna allow CUC to take out a loan to, we you know, some of these bills, like we're not gonna invest into aging infrastructure again. We should really just overhaul the system, make that big investment that's needed to get better systems in place, not just the mechanical systems, but also the people that are going to be operating the systems, making sure they have training, they have skills, they have the tools, they have the equipment. Because you can have a very fancy system, but if you don't train the workforce and you know, grow the workforce, we're gonna be back in square one.
We're going to be doing this all over again. Yeah, I had someone have a conversation. Why are we investing in rebuilding a broken system, is what somebody told me. And I get that. That makes sense. And then I don't know where you find the balance, because also people just want their power back, you know? So like, is there a way to do both? And I don't know really the best answer to that question. And I also don't know what the best solution is to the next power thing.
The answer's there. It's just, you know, we have to, we've done feasibility studies over and over, you know. In fact, American Samoa, like the last time, you know, I've met with people from American Samoa, people that run the utilities, and a lot of them came from CUC, and they use a lot of the studies that we did. American Samoa has 2 like solar farms operating. They trained their local workforce. They didn't hire from off island. They did, like, you know, boot camps and certified a lot of their residents to get into that job, to maintain those solar farms.
Man, you know, I was thinking about it. The locations they were thinking about, like Marpi is one, and Naftan is 2. So like the Saipan Solar Project, that's what they're looking at, splitting it up. And all I could think about is like all the sea spray that you're going to end up getting at probably either of those locations. I don't know that we have a perfect location, but you're going to need to hire somebody with some Windex and a rag all day long to be out there.
I mean, the location similar to like what's in Manila in Guam. You know, they have a solar farm out there. Like that solar farm could power the whole Saipan and more. But you know, we really need to look at the data. Do we need big solar farms everywhere? Maybe rooftop solar might be a better, faster, more affordable way to get better, you know, power systems. The models are all there. It's just a matter of not choosing a model from a different jurisdiction, but choosing the model that fits for our unique challenges. And you know, like I said, I've seen the solar farm in Guam. I've seen solar farms in Hawaii, in Kauai. It's a co-op, right? So it's not even run by the government; it's run by the residents. And you know, I just wanted to give a shout out to the Blue Planet Alliance. It's a nonprofit, but they were able to, you know, fund some of these trainings that, you know, with our limited resources in the house, I wouldn't be able to see firsthand the types of technology. that's available and the systems behind it.
So here's my understanding with at least, so I don't want to go too far away from what we were talking about earlier, but that loan idea. So my understanding of that thing with CUC, what they're going to be hitting the house with, it's already with the house, I think, right? And then it comes to is that it's more of a line of credit than a loan, where it's basically like if they need it, they're not just going to take $40 million. It's like as they need it, they can draw from it. And then, so they're not paying interest on $40 million right at the top, but that they were going to use this. They've already made all the arrangements with all the banks and lending institutions already. Like they've already got the approval, but they can't move forward with it unless it's done through the House and the Senate. So this is more about rebuilding what we have already. So they are saying that they're not, number one, they're not getting the advanced purchase approval from FEMA, right?
Yeah.
So basically they need to pay for stuff. Number two, they're saying we don't have any cash. And if they don't have any cash and they're not getting any assistance from like central government to make purchases for stuff that they'd get reimbursed for, that it's just going to slow down the recovery. This is what they're saying, right? Yeah. This is not, I'm not making this statement. This is me parroting what I'm hearing from them. So what they were explaining is that they were saying that if we get this, then we can start making plans. We can start signing contracts. We can start buying these things, and all these other things will start coming in. But we can't, because we don't have the money to pay. We don't know that we can't sign contracts for things that we don't know that we can pay for. So I don't know. What do you think about all this?
So first of all, if we are going to be paying for something and loaning money, I believe in loaning money to pay for investments that are going to give us the cash flow, like that are going to reduce the costs. I don't believe in loaning money to pump back into a system that's failing us, right? Or band-aid solutions. If we're going to do it, let's do it right. And it's unfortunate because I really hope that CUC moves forward with some of the proposals that they're going through, because there's a timeline for there are several investors that came in and that were willing to front a lot of these infrastructure things. And the reason why they were, I believe, this is just my looking into the situation, right? They want to do it here because it can be done. It's such a small, it's a small project for them. Like especially companies in the States, like this is a small project, like that they can do within the year and get their tax credits to their investors back because of the that one big beautiful bill, or the Inflation Reduction Act. There were several that where if they don't get this project done by a certain timeline, they're not gonna get their return on investment. And we're talking about investors that are legitimate. They've built baseball stadiums and solar farms, and more.
So for this one, the way I understand this one here, though, this is about them getting that line of credit so that they can make the orders for the things that are going to be reimbursed by FEMA.
Yeah.
So it's not like necessarily that they're just going to one of those indefinite loans to take care. It's not like the loan that we took to balance the budget, right? Like this is different. At least that's how, with my limited understanding of it, that's what this one seems to be like.
I mean, CUC is like, it's really stressed right now, and it's like the example that was used is like you're going to the hospital. Let's say CUC is in the patient in the ambulance, and it's like the first thing is you just need to get him to the ER, right? And a lot of the bills, like the timing that we're looking at a lot of these bills, right? And it's like these are good long term, but like right now, like I think s- with everything that's been made public, like CUC is really in trouble.
Big time.
Yeah.
It seems like, and it doesn't seem like it's something that just happened overnight.
Yeah.
Like this, they had a report about CUC even before, and not about CUC. The whole government that we've got, our whole system of government was saying that in the event that we experience a calamity, we're not going to be able to take care of it. And here we are in the middle of that calamity, and we're living through it. Certainly a great time to be a senator.
You know that, like when I first decided to run, someone asked me that, like, why are you gonna run? Like, there's no money, there's nothing. And, I was, I don't shy away from challenges, and at the same time, we just don't want to make the same mistakes. So, again, there's a lot of us. There's other elected officials that are there, but at least, everyone can really look at the issues at hand and vet it, like before that decision is made. But at the same time, to our public, I say, research the issue. Let's not just stay on the surface. Let's dive deep into the issue, and make your voices heard, like during the public comment period. That's that also helps during the process, is hearing directly from our people, their sentiment on certain issues. But at the same time, we also need to really look into the data, the information, and make the best informed decision that we can.
Hey, this is going to take us way off course. So I guess dispensa in advance. But with regards to public comments, I look in our laws and our rules and everything like that. I can't find anything that tells me that our public comments have to be restricted to what's on the agenda anywhere. That just seems like it's something that we've gotten comfortable with.
I think that's it's probably on the Senate or House rules.
Yeah, but as far as like the rules for that stuff are about, they follow like the Open Government Act stuff and the freedom of speech and all that other stuff. Limiting stuff to that, to what's on the agenda, seems like it's like an arbitrary decision.
I could see both sides, but at the same time, if we just let that, we will have like hearings that are like 3 hours. At least, what's on the agenda. Like sometimes there's the miscellaneous, but for the most part, we're focusing on what's on the table, right? And the Senate and House rules, that's like law, like for our.
Right. You're saying, I know you guys do real business, and you have real stuff to get to, but in a big forum, try to. I'm going to give you just my perspective on it, and I think you're right. If we don't do that, we're going to be there all day. But if you keep it limited, it's not going to be 100 people given 3 minutes. And the other thing is, you've got a time limit on there. Hey, public. For all the public meetings, right? It all says the same thing. Like we got 30 minutes for public comments, and after that we got to, get to business, stuff like that. And if you got other stuff, submit the writing stuff and all that other stuff. But, and I use this, like, I can never really think that I'd ever run for anything, because that'd be like, it's not for me. Like what you guys are doing, it's great stuff. Like I love it. But not for me. But if I ever did, like that would be one of the things, just because I've saw, people get silenced when they were, not by you at all, when they were trying to bring up other things that were, I thought, legitimate concerns, only because they're saying, hey, that's not on the agenda. And they were talking about the agenda specifically. And then the agenda can be changed in a heartbeat. Because what do you hear so often? Suspend the regular rules because we're going to add something else in there. you don't even know that it's coming, or if something does change, it's not exactly, I think, fair on both sides. The other piece of it is that it's the only real time that people who vote for all of you can get all of you together in the same room to express anything about anything. Don't get me wrong. I've seen the funny videos online where you get the, hey, this is Chad Kroger. I'm here to talk about like what's stoked and what's not stoked about surfing in our area. Like the comedic ones, like they entertain it because they get their public comment and then that's it. But I think that the public comment section should be 100% unregulated when it comes to, save for like people who drop profanities and are unruly. You still have to follow the rules of decorum and all that other stuff. But I think that would be something I would probably. It's something I think that since it's not there and it's just a rule, I would try to make sure that that's not a rule that could get passed. So I don't know. You guys have real work to do.
Yeah. To be honest, like just so far, all the committees that I've been a part of, people usually like they're given the opportunity to say sometimes too much.
Mm-hmm.
And even though depending on the chairman or chairwoman, like I know they want to press that button, but they just let it go. But yeah, the main, I think the main thing is just to keep it relevant to the order of business so that we can get it out.
Yeah, I think for your committees, 100%. Like your Public Utilities Commission meetings shouldn't be hearing about, well, you got traffic on there too. I'm just trying to come up with something else, something about maybe waste disposal or something. But like for the committee meetings, you should really stick to the committee meetings. Like that's it. And I'm with you 100% on that. But I think when you guys meet as a whole, as a body,
sessions.
I think that should probably be, dispensed with anyhow. Anyway, there's my 2 cents. And for more 2 cents, brought to you by Bank of Guam. Anyway, what else is going on for you guys?
So that's pretty much what we have with the PUTC. I just wanted to give let people know that if they, just meeting people, and I asked them, hey, have you applied for assistance with FEMA? Some of them are like, oh, I didn't really have much damage, just my clothes, and and I let them know, like, hey, those personal items could be, you should try and apply and get assistance if you have to replace them. And so while FEMA is here, please go out and make sure you turn in your application. And if you need those occupancy verifications, reach out to your public officials, the mayor. But just know that my staff will be there while the Recovery Assistance Center is operational.
That's awesome. All right. So that is super helpful. You make it easy. You're not waiting for people to come to your office. You're going out there.
A big, what I've also encountered, sorry to cut you off, but probate issues. And that's a lot of, I think that's one of the biggest bottlenecks for some of our members of the community, that they're in that gray area, and it gets more challenging when it goes all the way up to like, the land belongs to my great grandfather, and we just built a house on it, and that's where FEMA's kind of like getting issues, because you have to prove that you own it. At least for my office, you need to have the deed, like before I write that letter. Even if it's your let's say it's your grandpa's land and the probate, we will just note the situation. It's not a guarantee that FEMA's gonna accept it, but we're certifying, like, based on what we know, the documents presented. Please have your documents there. Like, we cannot certify something that we haven't verified or don't know.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah.
That's great. Really great stuff.
So just what I wanted to say with that, like, sorry, Brett, you know, it, it just shows the importance of making sure that we go through the probate process for those of us that have family property, or deed out your property if you're planning on passing it on to your kids. There's other ways you can speak to a lawyer and find ways, but just leaving it in a gray area is not good for long term.
It's the worst. I've seen it from my friends where what it really came down to, I think. I'm trying to put myself in their father's or mother's state as they're, they know they're going to pass away soon, right? Yeah. It's like, I don't want to get in an argument about it with them. Well, why are you giving it to them? Hey, look, leave me alone. I'm dying here soon. But I wanted that piece of, let them figure it out. And then that's it. I feel like it's just so they don't have to deal with, the family fallout stuff afterwards, like while you're sitting there. And that sucks. It's terrible. I know people who were banking on just waiting for somebody to sign off on something, and they wouldn't. I'll get to it. I'll do something. And all it ends up doing is making things more difficult for the family afterwards too. It's a tough thing. I wish I heard happy stories about stuff like that. I haven't heard them, but
like our situation, like with my dad, like my dad just passed away like a year ago. 2 days ago I signed the probate. Luckily my dad during COVID, I guess he was scared that he might pass away or something, so he deeded a lot of what he had, and so there's just like 2 properties left, but he verbally stated what he wanted, and basically all the siblings, we agreed. And so just yesterday I signed that as the administrator. So I think the biggest thing is we need to do better in educating our people about this kind of process, because at the end it hurts families, and it also hurts the economy, like in general, like like especially with this kind of situation where you cannot get assistance because there's a gray area on the ownership of the property. That's funds that can be coming in to help that individual family, but it's also funds that will help the local economy in general.
It's just amazing that it's a year later and you're just signing off on that stuff too.
Yeah,
that's tough. Well, it's just that pain that continues to linger on.
Like 30 years. Some people are like 20 years, like
really
still unresolved. I've seen those like documents.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, that's not going to be the topic of the show, but I know there's some wounds between siblings from all these kind of things. It's too bad, but we don't have to worry about that right now. We know that there's a lot of good folks at the Survivor Recovery Center. Your guys are helping people out. You're actually on the ground helping people to get through this process, and that is wonderful. And we'll look forward to seeing what happens on Friday with you guys up there on the hill.
And I just also want to give another shout out. I do want to give a shout out to FEMA at the Survival Recovery Center. They went out to assist the nuns at Maturana, our elderly sisters. And, normally they never, I don't think they even know about like FEMA in general, right? And a lot of them are, Maturana is like a retirement home for our nuns. So a big shout out to them for going out and reaching out to our sisters out there at Maturana and getting them the help that they need.
Man, I gotta tell you, so we go up there a lot. My in-laws love, like we do, like Thanksgiving is with the sisters, and Mother's Day we were just there, And it was just really nice to spend time with them. But it's also folks who worked at Mount Carmel, like
Those are the original teachers.
And they were bringing out like the yearbooks and looking at the Marianas, so like the Pagapalers, right? So we were looking at their pictures while they were in school and stuff like that. And then while we're going through those pages, I'm looking at all my friends here and seeing their old pictures and stuff like that. These are cherished keepsakes, these yearbooks that the sisters still have from over there. And it is just great. So that if you've got folks that are going out there to help them out, it really is wonderful. It's really great.
Thanks, Brad.
Yeah, you got it. All right. Well, that's going to wrap us up. We got a whole bunch going on today outside of this, but you got us started in a great way there, Senator Manny. Thanks so much. We look forward to seeing more about what's coming up this week as well. In the meantime, we've got a meeting coming up here in about 10 minutes. And so there's a lot of stuff going on, but we'll part you out with at least this sports update. We're talking NBA Finals. Folks at Fox Sports got this here. Here you go. This is about the price of tickets at MSG. You won't believe it.
Fox Sports Update.
What's going on with the ticket prices at the NBA Finals? I'm Jared Max. Game 3 of the Finals in New York City tonight at Madison Square Garden, the world's most expensive arena. Aside from being the so-called most famous, it's been the talk of the town not only because it's hosting its first NBA Finals game in 27 years, but because the cost just to get a seat near the ceiling of the Garden for Games 3 and 4 have been on par with Super Bowl ticket prices and well beyond. To witness Josh Hart and the Knicks try to win the title against the Spurs.
I kind of wish the ticket prices weren't as crazy as they are. A lot of people who are been waiting for this moment for a very long time, unfortunately aren't able to get into the building with cheapest ticket $7,000-$8,000. So it's just, that's ridiculous.
Josh Hart of the Knicks ahead of tonight's Game 3 of the NBA Finals. The disparity in prices over the last 36 hours raises an eyebrow. At the secondary ticket reseller SeatGeek, 12 midnight Eastern Sunday, the cheapest single ticket available was $14,295. By 9:30 p.m. Sunday, fans could get a single ticket for just over $6,000. By 12 noon Eastern today, the get-in price was down to $4,585, nearly a 68% decrease over 36 hours for a ticket to Game 3 of the Finals tonight at the Garden, where President Trump plans to be, which means fans have been told to arrive 2 hours ahead of the game for TSA-style security screening. College football. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby, who transferred from Cincinnati after having played at Indiana, where he bet on Indiana football and basketball games, was granted a temporary injunction today against the NCAA and now is eligible to play this coming season. The NCAA stated in part it's deeply concerned about the damaging, far-reaching, and broadly destabilizing ramifications of this outcome, which undermines and corrupts the integrity of sports. For scores, more stories, and features, go to foxsports.com. I'm Jared Max.
Get more on the Fox Sports app and foxsports.com.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. Israel and Iran appear to be backing away from further strikes after trading fire for the first time since the U.S. and Tehran agreed to a ceasefire 2 months ago. John Cambrell has more.
The United States and Iran had been negotiating over a more permanent ceasefire, over Iran's nuclear material stockpile, and other issues that remain unaddressed, like the ongoing chokehold that Iran maintains on the Strait of Hormuz. All this together shows just the danger for the Middle East, as well as the challenge for the rest of the world as energy supplies continue to be affected.
Oil prices rose today. A legal setback for the Trump administration on immigration. Lisa Dwyer has details.
A federal judge has struck down the Trump administration's $100,000 fee on new H-1B visas, siding with 20 states, saying the executive branch exceeded its authority. The Trump administration announced the fee in September as a way of preventing foreign workers from taking American jobs, setting off confusion and panic for those affected. The ruling contradicts an earlier federal court decision that denied a request by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce to strike down the visa fee. There is yet another case in San Francisco setting up the possibility for appellate court clashes. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
And Jennifer King reports.
The death toll has been rising from a strong 7.8 magnitude earthquake that rocked the southern Philippines. Authorities say there were hundreds of injuries and at least 35 people were killed, many in a landslide in Sarangani province. At the Mahayahay Elementary School in Melita, children assembled in the schoolyard screamed as the earth shook and an outdoor canopy collapsed. One village reported damage from a 3-foot tsunami wave. Many buildings were damaged in the southern port city of General Santos, sagging at odd angles.
Customer, tao.
Footage shot by Michael Miguel from inside a collapsed Jollibee fast food restaurant showed where the ceiling now meets the floor. I'm Jennifer King.
This is AP News. In New York City,
a massive security fence as tall as Wemby surrounds Madison Square Garden in Manhattan for Game 3 of the NBA Finals tonight between the Knicks and Spurs. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch.
No one will be allowed inside the secured area unless they have a ticket to the game, a train ticket, they are going to a business inside the area, they have credentials, or they have some other authorized reason.
The MSG Outdoor Watch Party canceled because President Trump will be a guest of the owner. Mayor Mamdani will also be there, but not as a guest.
I bought my tickets for nearly $1,000 from Madison Square Garden. I'll be going to tonight's Game 3, and I'll be standing for the duration.
Getting into any seat, says the Secret Service's Matt McCool, not quick or easy.
All attendees will pass through TSA-style magnetometer screening.
Julie Walker, New York.
The latest at apnews.com. I'm Ben Thomas. Thanks for listening.
After Super Typhoon Sinlaku, recovery isn't just about rebuilding homes and clearing debris. It's about taking care of each other. It's normal to feel stress, fear, or sadness during recovery. Healing isn't a straight path. Take it one day at a time. Acknowledge your feelings. Stay connected with family and neighbors. Build small daily routines. And if it gets overwhelming, reach out. Seeking support is a sign of strength. NMPOSSE's PIME program is here for CNMI residents. Call 670-235-7273 or 670-789-6021 or visit nmposse.org. Together we rebuild, and together we heal. You are stronger than the storm. Message from NMPOSSE's PIME program, paid for by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. If you see something, say something, and stay anonymous. Call Crime Stoppers at 234-7272 or submit a tip online at nmicrimestoppers.com. No names, no caller ID, no recordings, just your info. And if your tip leads to an arrest, you could earn up to $1,000 in cash. Your tips have helped take hundreds of criminals off the streets in the NMI. It works because of you. Crime Stoppers, we want your information, not your name. PHI is your local pharmacy serving customers in Cagman, Garapan, and Dandan since 1996. Shop PHI Pharmacy for all your prescriptions, and we even offer a large line of multivitamin supplements. Our Dandan location is open weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 4 on weekends. Or visit our Garapan and Cagman locations weekdays from 8 to 6 and 8 to 1 on Saturdays. Check us out online at phipharmacy.com or follow us on Facebook. PHI is a locally owned independent community Health Mart pharmacy. Health Mart, taking the time to listen and care.
All right, Marianas, it is 9:58, so we're going to wrap up. But before we do, I'm telling you, there's some interesting stuff happening at Capitol Hill right now. In fact, if you look over here on the main screen, you can see that stuff's happening actually, I got to get that other one out there. There we go. You can see that's Rowena Ogo, who's there. She's talking about, she's giving some public comments about what's happening there in with the payments for local artists. And we could give you the live stuff, but I'm thinking that what I'll do, I'll rewind it just a little bit to so you can get the beginning of her comments. So let's do that. We're gonna let me go back a little bit, and we'll bring you up to that. Here we go. Ooh, I don't want the music. Let's hear her comments.
Waiting for Representative TJ Maglonia and Rep. Danita Yangtamai to proceed in. But before we do that, I mean, we can continue to go along on the agenda. So right now, I'd like to, before we went on recess, we were at public comments. And right now in the agenda, we now have, the floor is now open for public comments. If there is anyone in the gallery that will be making public comments, please ensure that it is in line with the said agenda and limited to 5 minutes. Thank you. The floor is open for public comments. Please state your name and your position for the record. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rowena Ogo, and I'm a liaison for more than 20 artists in the CNMI and cultural practitioners. This is not actually a comment, more of a statement, so I humbly suggest that everyone present today, please hear me out carefully as I advocate for all these artists and cultural practitioners. Buenas, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to advocate for my team of artists and for all artists alike. This program has proven far more difficult than it should have been, one that directly impacts cinema artists and cultural practitioners. Let me be clear, I am not here to make friends, throw shade, or engage in personal attacks. I am here because artists deserve answers, transparency, and most importantly, actions regarding grants extended to the cinema artists and cultural practitioners. Let me also acknowledge that everyone present today has their own purpose, and I am sure we all believe that we are doing our jobs to the best of our abilities. However, we must also recognize that there are times when circumstances, pressures, and survival instincts can overshadow our professional responsibilities. Sometimes things happen too late, and sometimes we simply accept the way things are handled and look the other way. We hear beautiful words about supporting the arts, empowering culture, and investing in our creative community. Those words sound wonderful in press releases, speeches, and social media posts. The real question is whether those words are genuine and matched by action. As I learned more about this program, I came to realize the complexity and the importance of ensuring it is administered by individuals who are compliant, responsive, organized, timely, responsible, accountable, compassionate, most especially, and qualified. Most especially administered by people who genuinely care about the arts and promote the program in a way that serves artists with understanding and respect. Unfortunately, many artists have experienced confusion, delays, inconsistent communication, and a lack of urgency. I am here today not only for myself, but also for the artists who entrusted me to help them navigate the Go Smart portal. Many of them are talented creators, but are not technology-oriented. They did their part, they completed their projects, they fulfilled their obligations, yet still waiting on payment. I was made aware that the delays involved the Miss Northern Marianas Descent projects connected to my applications and domain issues, and that amount owed was approximately $19,992 as of what I'm aware of. That figure is inaccurate. The Miss Northern Marianas Descent projects alone exceeded over $30,000 in completed work. The artists I represent are collectively owed more than $40,000. These are not imaginary numbers. These are real projects completed by real people who invested real time, real labor, and resources. I have documentation demonstrating that I addressed every concern raised by the office. I am not known for missing deadlines or neglecting the issues involving my artists, the artists I represent. The issue regarding my portal access was resolved in March 2026. I have documentation dated March 12, 2026, indicating corrective actions were required by CCAC. And I completed all requested actions by March 15, 2026. I was subsequently informed by Erica that my domain had been approved. All of this occurred in March 2026. Today is June 9, 2026. You do the math. At some point, we have to stop calling something a delay or pending and start calling it what it is, a failure to accountability and unprofessionalism. What is even far more difficult to understand is how projects completed after hours were processed and paid while earlier projects remain unresolved. Artists who fulfilled their responsibilities in good faith and even volunteered additional hours when others failed to show up were left waiting while others moved ahead of them. That raises questions, and those questions deserve answers. Since February 2026, I have made continuous efforts to seek clarification through emails, walk-ins, correspondence with DCCA Secretary Frank Rubalaman, and outreach to government offices. It was heartbreaking when I received an email from DCCA Secretary Rubalaman suggesting that work completed prior to the typhoon should be set aside while they focused on helping others. From a compassionate and community-centered perspective, I believe that this should have been the moment to have hard-earned payments released, especially considering that some artists lost their homes entirely while others sustained damage, significant damages. That email broke my heart and the rest of my artists. After receiving it, I felt there was little to no purpose in continuing to seek efforts from CCAC's office. As a result of that email, I delivered a formal letter to Governor David Apatang and shared concerns with Senator Corina Magofnia and WhatsApp messages to Representative Julie Ogo. No department nor agency is perfect, and delays happen. What disappoints me is the comfortable attitude in the apparent lack of urgency shown toward artists waiting for compensation they had rightfully earned. Today is not about blaming individuals. It is about acknowledging that something is clearly not working and needs attention. My presence here is not driven by anger or personal gain. My concern is not only for myself, a multidisciplinary artist, but for all artists, cultural practitioners, and community members who depend on these programs and deserve clarity, consistency, and fairness. Today is not about revisiting the past of frustrations. It is about finding solutions, improving communication, strengthening processes, exploring options, and ensuring that future artists do not experience the same challenges. My hope is that this hearing will lead to meaningful improvements that restore trust in the program and provide closure for those who have been waiting for answers. A realization that a shift needs to happen and tomorrow will be better than today. Before I conclude my piece, please do not mistake my boldness for arrogance. I am not better than anyone in this room, nor do I claim to be better at the responsibilities of each of you that you carry at administering this program. Everyone has a reason behind their actions, and everything happens for a reason. I just hope that this hearing is the impact needed for a call to action. I did my part. The artists did their part. The documentation exists. The projects were completed. The only question that remains is, when will the system do its part?
Thank you, Ms. Ogo. And if you do have a written copy, can you please give it to the sergeant? That would be great for legislative record. And the podium is still open for public comments.
Now? Oh. Hello and good morning. My name is Ana Livilla Gomez. I felt like I recently signed under CCAC, but they said I signed up 3 times. So I have learned how it worked, how to get assistance as an artist, and CCAC became a place, and Rowena Ogo became my liaison. So having her work on my information just to get approved for a grant did not go through yet, and I'm not sure why. But I'm here because I am owed money for my work. I have waited since maybe over 2 months now, but I also have not been paid from many years ago, but I think it's because I didn't apply properly. I also don't know. All I know is that now I understand what CCAC is and how to go about it, and I have Rowena helping on that. But my question is, I have done my research on how this works, and to my understanding, we have federal funds go to finance, and then we have DCCA as our umbrella for CCAC. Wait for CCAC to turn in our information to them so that they can run it over and go through the information and then turn in our information to finance so finance can write the check. Okay. Well, the 4 things that I'm concerned about is the problem where we need help with finance. Maybe the second one is DCCA needs help to process the information. Maybe it's CCAC that needs help to process the information, our work information. Or is it really just our money has been allocated somewhere else? I don't know. All I know is that I try to understand what's going on so I don't look at someone personally and be like, hey, you're not doing your job. Because I personally wrote to Mr. Rebalaman in Chamorro because I was frustrated with the typhoon needing some funds. And so I wrote to him in Chamorro. I would say it was nice, but at the same time, it was very blunt that we earned our money, that if anybody was to work anywhere else, they would get paid because they earned it. So why are we treated differently? We earned it. So I'm wondering if the money is even there, because if it's there, then what's the problem? The other thing that I'm wondering here is, why is it that it took me forever to understand where the monies are for the artist? Where's the information for other artists when they ask me, hey, how did you get paid? How did you find out about this? You know, why didn't we know about it? And I'm like, I don't know. I was lucky to hear from this person. And sometimes people say, don't tell anybody. I don't understand that. Isn't it that when you have funds, like this amount of money, for example, for CCAC, isn't it better that we use it up so we can get more? Because if we don't use it up, either it reduces or we are terminated from receiving anything. So this is not about, we don't have enough money, I don't believe. I think we cannot even use it up. For what I've heard, we have so much money, but we don't have enough artists. I don't understand. So for me, there's nothing, it shouldn't be a who knows who and who gets it first, because there's so much money to give away. That's for us. So we need to put that information out there for other artists to, you know, make a living out of being artists and express their thoughts on culture, language, or whatever it is that would make us Marianas. So I don't understand what's the struggle. I mean, where is the money going? Is it because people work are not being pushed at the right time? Do you guys need help? There's people out there that need jobs, you know? Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Villagomez, and the podium is still open for public comments. Being that there's none and no more comments are anticipated, we now close the portion for public comments. Now, we are now moving down to item 4, and there is old business. Being that there is no old business, we move down to item 5, which is Section A, matters regarding outstanding invoices, payments from the Department of Community and Cultural Affairs, Commonwealth, Council of Arts and Culture. Before we begin and open the floor and start this hearing, I'd like to make a public comment so that we all understand the purpose and the reason why we are here. Good morning. This hearing of the House Committee on Tourism is called to order and has been called to order. Today is Monday, June 9, 2026. I am Representative Marissa Flores, House Floor Leader for Precinct 3 and the Chairman of this committee. The subject of this hearing is the administration of the Commonwealth Council for Arts and Culture, hereinafter CCAC, specifically its failure to render timely payments to artists and cultural practitioners who performed at government-sponsored events, including events co-organized with or benefiting the Marianas Visitors Authority. I want to acknowledge at the outset of this hearing reflects a shared concern, one that spans branches and parties. This committee began its work on this matter in March, and today we come together to understand what happened and how we can move forward constructively. On March 23, 2026, this committee issued a formal document directive to CCAC Executive Director Gloriana Tiora, and I'm Miss Tiora, I apologize if I mangle your last name, under 1 CMC Sections 1308 and 1309 and Article 2, Section 14B of the CNMI Constitution, commanding production of 11 categories of documents by March 30, 2026. Account and fund information, NEA grant records 2021 to present, written policies and SOPs, fee schedules and compensation schedules, artist registry and individual service records, event records, CCAC, DCCA, MVA correspondences, and records of MVA's direct artist use, geographic inclusion records and compliance with 4 CMC Section 2103 G and H, and CAC Mayor's Office correspondence. We appreciate Director Tiora and Secretary Rabulaman for being here today. But in parallel, this committee reviewed CCAC Artist Registry and built an internal tracking system of its own. And we confirm that there were troubling findings. Those applications reflect the status of pending review and approval, meaning they cleared the approval process on paper, but were never converted into actual disbursements. That gap between approval and disbursements is something today's testimony can help us fully understand. We also confirm that CCAC operates entirely under Executive Order 94-3, Section 308C under DCCA, not by any statute that sets forth payment procedures, timelines, and enforcement mechanisms. More than 20 artists and cultural practitioners are collectively owed in excess of $30,000 for performance rendered at government-sponsored events, some co-organized with MVA under 4 CMC 2103 G and H. Some obligations date to November 2025. Some wait exceed over 1 year. These artists incur upfront costs, materials, supplies, fuel. The harm is immediate, compounded by post-Typhoon Sinlaku economic stress and rising CUC costs. Director Tiora has indicated that she requires additional time because the agency was relocating equipment following a loss of power after Typhoon Sinlaku. This committee understood that disruption, Director, but it still does not explain obligations that predate the typhoon by many months. DCCA Secretary Rabulaman has flagged nearly $1 million in federal funding at risk of lapsing. And as of this week, Director Tiora informed Senate Vice President Magofnia via email on June 4 that payments will be dispersed this week, the same week this hearing convenes. This committee genuinely welcomes that development. But today's hearing will also help us fill in the details. Who is being paid, how much, and through what process. So the record is complete and the public has full transparency. The non-payment of these artists points to something deeper, a gap written in the framework that governs how CCAC engages and compensates artists. That gap is not one person's fault. It reflects a program that grew without supporting infrastructure that is needed. Under 1 CMC Section 2354, DCCA shall adopt rules and regulations for activities over which it has jurisdiction. That is not a discretionary authority. It is a legal obligation. No artist payment regulations have been promulgated, is what we're trying to find out today. No timelines, fee schedule, documentation requirements, or dispute resolution procedures appear anywhere, unless I am wrong, in the CNMI Administrative Code. When written procedures, published standards, and clear accountability mechanisms are absent, the people working within the system are left to do their best without a map. That is an unfair position to place anyone in. The individuals before us today have been navigating a structure that never gave them the full tools that they needed. And what we're here to examine is not those individuals, it is the structure itself, so we can build something better together. The witness before this committee today are CCAC Executive Director Gloriana Tura and DCCA Secretary Francisco Rebulaman. We have also extended an invitation to affected artists and cultural practitioners, and the committee thanks them for their participation. The MVA has not been called as a witness at this hearing. However, the committee will have pending legislation that speaks directly to the statutory relationship between MVA and CCAC, and MVA's role will be addressed through the legislative record. I want you guys to feel comfortable, be open, and be candid in your responses. This is not an adversarial proceeding. We're here to build an accurate and complete record together, one that helps us understand what happened, identify what needs to change, and develop solutions that work for the artists, the agency, and the people of the CNMI. At this time, I'd like to address Ms. Ogle as she had some opening comments before she would redirect and ask the questions directed to the invitees as she deemed necessary. Representative Ogle, at this time, I'd like to recognize you for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Representative Marisa Flores. Good morning, Chairwoman Representative Marisa, members of the House Standing Committee that are present today for the Tourism Committee, legal counsel, representatives of the Commonwealth Council for Arts and Culture, fellow colleagues, members of the public, and most importantly, the artists, cultural practitioners, organizations, and community groups from throughout the Marianas. Before I begin, I would like to thank Chairwoman Flores and the Tourism Committee for hearing this critical concern and providing a forum for transparency and accountability. I also want to thank all the artists and organizations who brought these concerns forward. We heard you. Most especially, I want to thank you for your patience and understanding. This process has taken time because we felt it was important to gather supporting documents, review records, and conduct the necessary fact findings before bringing everyone together to answer these concerns and have a meaningful discussion based on facts. This issue first came out to my attention early last year when 16 local artists from Rhoda informed me that they were still waiting to receive their approved financial awards, some dating back nearly 2 years. As we look further into the matter, it became clear that this concern extended beyond Rhoda and affected artists and organizations throughout the Commonwealth. It is important to recognize that receiving a national endowment for the arts funded award is not an easy process. Applicants spend countless hours preparing proposals, budgets, narratives, and supporting documents before undergoing a competitive review and approval process. When those awards are approved, recipients reasonably expect that payments and reimbursements will be processed in a timely manner. While delayed payments are concerning, my greatest concern is the potential impact of future NEA arts funding for the cinema. If grants are not administered efficiently and funds remain unspent or delayed for extended periods, we risk damaging opportunities for future federal arts funding that many artists, organizations, and communities depend upon. Today's hearing is not about assigning blame. It is about understanding the current status of pending awards, identifying challenges in the process, and finding solutions to ensure that our artists receive the support they have earned while protecting future opportunities for the arts throughout the Marianas, which is Rhoda, Tinian, Saipan, and the Northern Islands. Our artists preserve our culture, tell our stories, and enrich our communities. They deserve answers, and they deserve our support. Thank you, and I look forward to a productive discussion. I am Representative Julie Ogo, representing the beautiful island of Rhoda. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Oval, for your opening statement. At this time, we open the floor for this hearing to commence. Rep. Julie, the floor is yours. Thank you. Short recess, please.
You know, right at the outset, I find it very disheartening that the whole process, people who are responsible for the whole process of dishing out this or paying out the artists are not here. Essentially, this is DCCA and CCAC is not the entire process. There's also finance it should be involved in this, and I don't see them here at all. I don't know whether they were invited. It seems to me that because we're here, it seems to me that we have been accused and found guilty of all these delays. But be that as it may, we're here nonetheless to answer whatever questions you may have. I would also like to just address Congresswoman Ogo's earlier comments that yes, I hear talks about grants being lapsed and grants unspent, but let's not forget this is the same grant that was pulled by the grantor because of mismanagement of the grant. And for so many years, we weren't able to apply for this grant. So as I assumed the office, I was very careful to make sure that we don't find ourselves in that predicament again. So I just want to point that out. Also, like to just say that earlier comments that were made publicly by again Miss Ogo with regards to my email back. Um, she had indicated that I pretty much informed her that all that information, all those um, payments for artists should be set aside because of the emergency that we're in. That was not my entire comment. I said I was going to check, but at this point in time, we're all under emergency, and that's what's taking away a lot of my time and energy. Is focusing on, putting out the shelters for the homeless and people who are displaced, making sure that we're hard at work, working on the planning for NAP that was regionally approved, and not to mention all the protection of natural resources. So no, I was not just sitting on my, in my cubicle, thumbing my nails, whatever you call it. We were hard at work, and I know that there's a lot of issues that had to do with the delay of payments for the artists that included efforts to try and organize the council. Upon when I got on board at DCCA, the board wasn't fully organized, and a lot of the applications came to me, and I had to make sure that I reviewed them accordingly, and that's it. There was a lot of go back and forth. A lot of these applications at that time were not complete, and thus therefore I was not about to process them because they were incomplete. And so yes, truly there were a lot of fixes that need to happen. We finally got a working board that now are reviewing these grants. Just FYI, I'm essentially the expenditure authority, although I don't have the review authority of these grants. Anything below 5,000 is approved by the executive director. Anything above 5,000 is approved by the board. And those, once those are reviewed and deemed approved, they get uploaded into the Munis system, and they go through the workflow. And that's why I'm a little concerned that the other agencies that are involved in the process are not here to answer their side of the story. Thank you. I'll turn it over to the executive director.
Rep. Julie, can we just leave it open for their opening comments, and then you can redirect?
Just real quick, just for clarity purposes, if you're referring to me, just a note, Rep. Ogo, because we do have another Ogo in here, and I think in your statement you're referring to both Ogos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Executive Director?
Good morning, Chairwoman and members. Good morning, artists. I just wanted to share that I'm also sad that finance is not here, because part of the processing payment and part of the holdups and part of the complaints is, like my secretary says, is not entirely on Arts Council. And so we're just gonna answer questions, and thank you, artists, for bringing up the concern, because it's nothing that's been happening like just this year. It's been happening for a while, and hopefully through this meeting we will establish structure and how to go about it to make it better. We have made the first step on our side to ask finance if we could be the one to take the drawdown. So it's now just gonna go to them for signature. But other than that, thank you for having us here, and hope we answer your questions.
Thank you, Director. Just for the record, who handles your accounts at finance? Do you have one specific person, or do you have X amount of people handling these processes on your workflow?
So we have two that are at the federal finance.
Okay, and what are their names?
Cynthia Camacho
Okay.
and Agnes Cepeda.
All right. And that's on the Fed side.
That's on the federal
And what
side.
about the local side?
We don't have local funding.
So these are the two individuals that handle how your or are included in your workflow to expedite payments to the artists. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Short recess. Okay, we're back from recess. And I guess Rep. Ogle, sorry about that. Yeah. So at this time, the floor now is open for questionings, and I would like to acknowledge and recognize Rep. Ogle. Thank you, Rep. Ogle. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairwoman Flores. This questions is directed to the arts coordinator, Gloriana, also known as Seppi. My first question is, what are the CCAC's current account balances, grant balances, obligations, encumbrances, and unexpended funds? do note that this committee directed production of that complete accounting under item 1 of its March 23rd, 2026 directive. Ms. Gloria, thank you.
So for 2024, total amount awarded was 350,800. I can direct that to Ms. Munya for our. What do you have with you? These are the ones that you had requested that we send you, correct?
That's correct, but we also asked for all the prior ones starting from 2021.
Okay, the 2021 is closed. Abby, can you answer Ms. Ogo on that?
Rep. Ogle, did you want to bring out any exhibits? Can you direct our LA and Jody for what exhibit?
Thank you. Ms. Gloriana, can you look at the screen and see if those numbers, and Ms. Munya, if that numbers are correct?
Can you do? For 2021, the balance pretty much at 3775. That award is in the process of closing already. And then for 2022, we pretty much have 16,244 cents left in 2022. 2023 is 103,262 and 96 cents. 2024, 203, 320.72, and 2025 is 368.125. This is our balance, not counting, they haven't deducted yet what we had paid out after this. So this amount is pretty much gonna change.
Okay. Can you repeat again for 2023, what's the numbers?
For 2023, our balance is 103,262.96.
And for 2024?
2024 is 203,320.72.
Okay, thank you. So for 2021, you guys are in the process of closing it, right?
Yes.
And you have 37,775 remaining.
Yes.
And those, when you say closing, is that the balance after, you guys?
After the amount given to us, yes.
Does this number roll over to the next fiscal year?
No, it does not.
So
we return. Yes, we return it to
37,775.
Yes.
Yes. Right. Yeah. And for 2022, when is the closing for that again?
2022 will close August 30 of this year.
This year, and
yes.
So far you have 16,244.
Yes.
Can you guys still use that funding to for those applicants?
Depending on what it's under, if it's categorized under professional services, folk arts program, yes, we can.
Okay, so this amount is what is this amount that's still open for what category?
Abik, 2022 the 16. If I'm not mistaken, the 16,208 on that one falls under training, personnel training.
And for 2023?
103,262.96.
And that's still open for applicants?
This is open. This is where we're going to be paying out the artists, whatever has been uploaded to finance. It'll be subtracting over actually, these 3 grants are open.
Mhm.
So depending on what grant year that the accountant uploaded to finance for them to charge, it'll go into this different grant. It does not go to only 23 and then 24. All 3 grants are open, and we're trying to expand them,
Exhaust.
so
Okay.
activities are falling into those grant years.
Okay. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And I have a follow-up question. So, Director, you mentioned that the 30,000 is non-lapsable. So you will be returning 30,000, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was, you mentioned earlier that that is for training and personnel, is that
The
correct?
16, the one on 2022, the 16,000 is, I think that's where it's under personnel training costs.
Okay, so that's not the 30,000. Thank you for clarifying that. So we lost 30,000, but that again is a inherited fund, right? Before you guys came into office, that 30,000 was there.
Yes.
Already, because that was in 2021. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
actually, all of these grants were there before we came into office, so we're just trying to expand them out. They've just been sitting for like 4 years.
I understand because we've done a comprehensive background analysis, and 9403 is not a law. It is an executive order that created you guys
Yes.
without the mechanisms of why we are here today. That is the bottleneck, and that is one of the problems. But we intend to fix that.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So on 2022 to 2025, so this spreadsheet right here, is it inclusive, the 690 balance on the bottom highlighted, is that inclusive of the 30,000 that's reflected?
No, that 30,000 is
It's not included in the 690?
no.
Okay. All right. And you mentioned that, did you bring the list of categories that fall under CCAC for the artists to apply for your grant? Did you bring that with you?
The art disciplines?
Not the participants, but the categories that which ND National Endowment of Arts constitutes as a state art council blanket of things that they can draw under. Did you bring that with you?
So I didn't bring with me, but I have it top of the head. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other follow-up questions, Rep. TJ? Right, okay. Rep. Yangtamai, did you have a question? No. Recognize Rep. Julie.
Thank you, Chairwoman. So basically, my second question is answered in my first question. So I'm gonna ask now: does CCAC have written policies, standard operating procedures, and governing documents for artist registration, selection, utilization, procurement, event participation, attendance reporting, and grant administration? This committee directed production of those documents under item 3 of its March 23rd, 2026 directive.
Whatever I sent to the request, that is so that the office has. I could not find any SOP or the standard operating procedure. And so whatever was there upon the request, that is what I had provided to the House.
Thank you, Ms. Seppi.
Thank you.
In simple terms, does CCA have written rules which explain that you can't find anything, right? They explain how it makes decisions, chooses artists, pays artists, manages events, track attendance, handles procurement, and manages grant money. So there's no written rules or procedures.
I know there was no standard operating procedure, but there was rules and regulations that dated back to the late 80s. It was never updated and so that's the one that I had forwarded to you.
So, Executive Director, what you're saying is that what you gave us is the only thing that you have.
Yes.
The policy or not the SOP, but the regulations that you're stating for the record, where did you retrieve that? Where did you find that document?
So the policies and procedure was in one of the folders in DCCA before we had moved. And I think that's the policies and procedures that the board had attempted to work on to make changes to it, but it was just a draft before.
So it's never been adopted by your board?
Never adopted.
Thank you. So when you're requesting on your workflow for finance to draw down and pay these guys, are they asking you guys for a SOP?
No,
or
they
a
don't.
policy?
No, they don't.
Thank you. Miss Gloriana, so how long have you been with the council?
I've been with the Arts Council for 14 years, 12 of those or 11 of those as coordinator, and going on 3 years now since I took over the directorship.
Okay, so Miss Gloriana, stating for the record that there was nothing that the board had approved in terms of policies and procedures, payment policies, etc., because 94.3 did not give you any did not give you any mechanisms, but that the council itself should have done its job prior to you, right? The system should have, prior to you, established rules and regulations that the Attorney General should have sought public comments and approve. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, in the 14 years that you worked there, you have never seen any of these rules and regulations from the Attorney General. Is that correct?
I don't recall. At one point in time before Sodler, I did recall that we had an SOP, but I did not
find
it or read all the way to the back to see whose signatures were there.
Okay, so I'm going to stop. I'm going to continue on the workflow because Secretary Rabuliman mentioned that the workflow goes like this, and the end user, the end approver is really finance. Finance has the power to pay you or not pay you or
Yes.
put your paper on the bottom of the file list,
Yes.
which I don't think is fair. But so you were a coordinator prior to your ascension to the executive directorship. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Can you tell me then, as a project coordinator, how would you pay these people minus any of these flow charts, rules and regulations, SOPs? How are these people paid?
It still goes through finance.
So you are the project coordinator. You bring in, and this is not for you, this is the system, okay?
Yes,
Please
yes.
don't take this as a person. We have to understand how the
Yes.
system is because we want to also empower CCAC. Okay. So as a project coordinator, you take the artist registers with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then you as the project coordinator see all of these wonderful things like the Flame Tree Festival, correct?
Correct.
You invite all of these practitioners and artists, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then when the event is done, they give you an invoice for services performed, correct?
Correct.
And then when the services of perform is given to you, you did not have Go Smart at that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So when you receive the invoice, take me through. How do you get these people 14 years ago, being that you have institutional knowledge, how are these people paid? Follow the work chart. Workflow.
So when the payments come in, pretty much it goes to the director for signature. From the director, it goes up to finance. But one thing we need to understand, the J.D. Edwards Financial Services versus the Munis now, two totally different pictures. So the process back then was faster. We're talking 2 weeks, 1 month at the most. Yeah, but it still goes to the process like we're doing now. It goes to the director up to finance, and then the flow goes. But I think it's the difference now is that we're working with JD Edwards. I mean, we're working with Munis versus back then when we were working with JD Edwards.
Okay, so technically then, we're still operating 14 years ago because
Yes.
you don't have SOPs that were approved from your board.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have rules and regulations anywhere. And if it is, they're visible. Do you know what rules, where to find your rules and regulations?
I don't know where to find them. I've asked if I could look for it at the, what do you call this section here?
Archives?
Legislative Bureau archives. I'm trying to hunt it down.
Okay. And then again, right, please, just so that you know, we're trying to understand the system because we're seeing a lot of issues between the migration of JD Edwards to the Munis,
yes,
right?
yes.
And we understand that we're not here to place blame on you, like I said in my opening statement. This has nothing to do with the individual, but we are now clearly establishing that if it's an inherited position, that the system just tells you basically to command you to do everything you've been doing the same way unless we have a problem like today.
And then I also want to add that back then, most of the programs and payouts were done through our local funding. So that made it way, way quicker. And for those that applied to the grant, because when I was hired, they had the grant almost a year before it was suspended. And so the processing through the grants was a little later, but around 60 days. At the most, the applicants, if it was through the grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any local funding balance?
No, we don't have local funding at all. Only for salary.
Okay. So that's the one that's in the budget. Everything is actually supported with the artists through the National Endowment of Arts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any follow-up questions, Rep. Julie? One moment, please. Short recess. We're back from recess. I'd like to recognize Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Secretary, Director, and to your team. I just have a quick question, a follow-up question with regards to what Secretary Rubaliman mentioned. So you made mention that, I don't know if I caught this correctly, but you made mention that some of the applicants rather not paid because of the incomplete application. So just a real quick follow-up on that. Were any of the artists or the people that are before us today in the gallery, did they render services? Because it kind of sounds a little backwards, if you ask me, because they render services and then... Okay, before I ask move with that question, how many artists were notified that their applications were incomplete?
The applications will not be processed if they were incomplete, so they have to be notified.
Were there any artists that rendered any services before they were notified that their applications were incomplete?
So the grant is pretty much implemented as after the fact. So in other words, it has to be approved, has to be processed and approved before you render any service. And once you render service, then you submit an invoice, and that goes through the process for getting payment. So as an example, somebody wants to do a presentation at the school for weaving or whatever that may be. they'll submit a one-page application. It goes to the executive director. If it's less than the 5,000, then she can approve it. If it's above the 5,000, then it goes to the board. But once it's deemed approved, then we reach out to the artist and say, okay, you can go ahead and proceed and conduct the presentation that you need to do. And then after that, they'll come back and submit payments. Submit the invoice plus all the evidence that they did in fact conduct the activity. That includes, sign-up sheet of the students, as well as pictures, anything to validate the event took place.
All right, thank you for that response, Secretary. So I'm assuming then that, because you clarified that all the artists that were lodging forth these complaints that payments haven't been issued since last year, October 2025, that all these artists or performers were pretty much cleared. So it's just an issue of processing and the payments that are currently before the Department of Finance.
I'm not going to say that everything was, before finance. Some may be going through the process, but definitely it comes through us. We do our due diligence in reviewing, and then upload it. Once we upload it into the Munis system, then it goes through the workflow and culminates at finance for their review and eventual requests up to NEA for the drawdown. And then once the drawdown is complete, then it goes to Treasury for the payout.
Okay. So yeah, it sounds to me that we do need finance in here today, so they can give us those updates on where some of those applicants are right now and the ones that are ready to be paid. What's the delay? If I'm assuming that the director and yourself already signed off on these for payment, and the processing has been complete for most of them at least, that we need finance to clarify these questions for us. So with that said, I have a few more questions, but it's still going to lead back to whether or not or finance needs to be here today. So I'll just yield for now, Madam Chair, and then but thank you for the responses.
Thank you, Rep. Julie. Let me recognize Rep. TJ, and then I'll recognize you after. Rep. TJ?
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. Just a couple of background questions about the grant. So this money goes directly toward community events and artists, correct? Or is it just specifically for artists projects?
It's majority of it is for artists. Yes. So community events, depending on how big or how, when the request comes in. But majority of this funding is for artists.
Okay, and do you guys put out like a public notice, or how are artists informed of the opportunity to avail of these funding?
Okay, so the ones prior to that, mostly by phone call. The recent one, like 24, we just made the announcement through KKMP announcement.
So do you have like a listing that you guys keep of registered artists that you guys have on file, and that's what you work off?
Yes.
But technically anyone can apply if they are a registered artist, is that
If
correct?
they are artists and have not registered yet, they're encouraged to come in and register.
Okay, because I think this is an amazing opportunity, and I think that there's a lot of talented local artists out there, and
Yes.
maybe the information isn't out there for them to avail of that. And maybe a
Yes.
suggestion that I might have is maybe putting it out on social media. There's a lot of young artists that are up and coming, and
Correct.
if we're having an issue, maybe using the funding in a timely manner, maybe that would help. And then just from what I've been hearing, again, I know that this is not an opportunity for us to point fingers, and I think it's more just a systemic issue, right? You're saying that you haven't had like any sort of regulations updated since the 80s, right? And then you guys are trying to manage everything that you're doing and then also working with finance and everything that they're trying to manage. And I don't think this is just an issue with you guys. I think this is an issue throughout our whole government, and something that we need to work more collaboratively together to fix these systemic issues, right? And I think a lot of it just stems from communication. And I think we can fix a lot of these frustrations if there's communication, more communication. I think maybe the frustration from the artist side is not necessarily getting that communication right away, not understanding the whole situation. And I'm just thankful that we're having this forum now to discuss this, and instead of blaming each other, finding ways that we can fix it. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank you guys, and I hope that, sometimes we have to get to these situations in order to fix it. But I think moving forward, we can create a much better process, and working with the legislature, we can work on our end, to help create those processes and those legislation to help move things forward. So I just want to thank you guys again for your time, and also just keep that open communication with us so that we know what's going on, so that way we can also step in and help where we can. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. TJ. Recognize Rep. Ogle.
Thank you, Chair. So when it comes to money tracking, how does CCA separate federal NEA grant funds from local funds?
I don't think we need to track because we have zero funding on local. It's just NEA funding.
On operations.
Okay, so you keep them separate, right? Always.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Rep. Julie, I'd like to, for the record, recognize both Ms. Camacho and Ms. Cepeda from Finance for graciously accepting our invitation to appear so that we have a better understanding of the workflow, and possibly try to come to some resolution and some timelines. So thank you. Thank you both for coming. Once again, this is not a adversarial meeting. This is a meeting for the committee to understand the struggles that CCAC is having when we're trying to pay artists based on the state art council responsibility, which is Arts Council. So thank you for coming. Rep. Julie, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So my other question is, what documents prove CCAC followed NEA compensation requirements? So what that means is, for every payment made using NEA money, what paperwork shows that the payment was allowed, properly approved, properly calculated, and paid to the correct person or vendor?
So if an artist is invited to the school, we have them do, public school system does a request for us, and we attach that request letter for that particular artist or any artist going out to school, along with photos and sign-in sheet. We've encountered where the artists came and they did not do sign-in sheet during their time at the school, but we based it on photos, the pictures of when they did the project.
May I add to that? If I'm hearing your question right, you ask if there what documents are there to prove that we are in line with NEA. So before any drawdown happens, all of these documents are uploaded for review by the NEA. So that should, they won't allow any drawdowns if these documents are not all aligned.
So before submitting to NEA for review, it goes through Arts Coordinator to review it? And then
Yes, it goes to Arts Council, and then we upload it to Finance, and Finance is the one that sends it to NEA.
let's say you approved it today, right? You forward it to Finance.
Mhm.
How long does it usually take before, I guess, the actual printed checks come out?
depending on the flow at finance, because it goes to other people before it goes back to the federal side. Correct me, Sin, if I'm correct. So I think it's from us over to the payables. Sin, stop me anytime. If over to the payables, and then payables to the director of financial services for approval, then to you guys. Payables, back to payables. Okay, so can you share and clarify?
Can you
First.
introduce yourself for the record and what position or what department under finance that you're at? Thank you so much.
Good morning. Sorry for the way I'm dressed. I still have no power at home. My name is Cynthia Camacho, and I work for federal section of finance. I handle arts. So back to the process. Arts uploads, goes to payables for screening, comes to me for approvals, goes to my supervisor Agnes, and goes to Director Bernie. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Camacho. Rep. Ogle, you still have the floor. Short recess. Not back from recess.
Thank you, Chair.
Rep. Ogle, you still have the floor.
Thank you. So I understand that we jumped to the finances, as far as tracking the request for, payouts. Gloriana, how many pending 5K applications on your desk right now that you have not reviewed?
I only have the NMD. I'm sorry. NMD and the Women's Month are out. I think there's about 22 that I have not reviewed.
So you you send us an updated list as of April 10.
Yes.
Can you go to the bottom if it shows how many are pending that are, it says, I'm sorry, can you go up again? Where it says submission date, this is the submit, if you're looking at the screen up there, or there in front of you?
Yes.
It says submission date, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the first one we see is January 21st, 2026. And so review starts date, none. Have you reviewed that application? It seems like it's...
Yes, I have. This guy have been paid it. I think what you're getting is from the Go Smart.
Mhm.
And so the Go Smart, Lucille does not update it until we give her the master list of the payment that the artist has already been paid. Then she would go into the Go Smart and go to the artists that have been paid and put the date of their...
So you're saying you only have how many pending of the 5K and below right now?
I think there's 22, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. The last time I was at your office, it was almost over 100. So you were able to go through all that.
I cannot tell you because, like I said, based on this, I can look at the names and tell you who I've reviewed already. But this listing that was printed out from our GoSmart, she does not update it until the artists are paid already.
So the ones that you approve, let's say up to, when's the last time you had something reviewed and approved for submission for payout?
Just
45
last
days.
week.
Just last week. So let's
Yeah.
say you approve that today, a
Mhm.
5K and below applicant. You forward it to finance?
We'll forward it to finance,
Mhm.
and then we'll wait until the master list. Abby goes in and prints out the master list when they get paid. Then that's when Lucille will go into the GoSmart portal and update and reduce on the numbers of who's been assisted or paid already.
And how long does that process usually take before it goes to finance?
Before it
From
goes
the
to
day
finance?
that it's submitted to finance, what's your average time frame getting it to finance when you review 5K and below?
Like if I review it and I sign it off today, then I'll be to upload the next day or even the same day.
And so, are there any pending 5K and below that you have not reviewed yet that's been submitted from?
No submission to finance yet because we had training with them last April for, I think that was April 10. We had training with them for 2 hours that Arts Council is going to be taking back the drawdown requests. So when moving forward, when the grants come in, we'll upload it to finance for approval, correct, Minang? From payables and the federal grants and the director. Then instead of staying with finance for them to upload to the grantors, it'll then come back to Arts Council and we will be the one to request for the drawdown. This is the new.
Okay, so why are these artists that not, are complaining to us? Those that are, a lot of them are 5K and below. Where's the holdup?
Holdup would be if they go, if the artists know that their payments is already at finance, then all they're waiting for now is to go through the process and for the drawdown. But right now we don't do the drawdown. This is the new program, or moving forward with the program, we're gonna be doing the drawdown. In fact, today I called Miss Cindy and I asked her if we can sit down with her this afternoon to upload those payments that's at Treasury right now, because it needs to a drawdown to be requested. And the day we went training, I was telling her it's not enough for us to go through that process to request. So she's agreed that we're gonna go meet her today at 1:00, and she's gonna assist us. She's gonna help us to do the request for drawdown for all those 38 payments that are at Treasury right now.
Okay, can you tell me right now, what is the oldest applications that still you haven't reviewed?
I wouldn't know unless I go into the GoSmart, but I don't think we have an application that's like a year or two.
So you're saying that majority of those applicants that are being awarded last year, let's say up to December, has been paid out already?
No, I will not say they have been paid out. So, for example, like Miss Rowe, they did projects November, December, and even in January. I went to some of them. Like she said earlier, it was getting locked out with that one domain. All the artist applications was going to one domain. That has been resolved already as of March. I'm only looking at her number. The number she gave is way higher than what I have, but it's something I'm gonna look into. But right now, it's NMD that's on the hold that had projects from November and December. Some went through, and some are, I have 24 with me that it needs now to be uploaded. It's been approved to be uploaded for payment.
So that's the one that's pending for payout right now?
Correct.
About 24?
24 and 19 from Women's Month.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
because
aside from that organization submission, any other individual artists that are still pending from last year?
not to my knowledge.
Would you be able to provide this body that information, please?
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you, Rep. Ogo. And I have some follow-up questions real quick. Secretary Rebolaman, how many active members do you have on your board?
4.
I just learned that there are 4.
4. Okay, so tell me whether or not these individuals are still active. Julie Duenas,
Very
representing Saipan Female.
Very active.
Okay, Benjamin Babolta, Saipan.
No.
He resigned.
Resign. So you have 1 vacant so far. Arsene M. Borja,
Very active.
Tinian. Estrelita Shafarus, Rhoda.
Active.
Okay. Luis Tilapau, Carolinian.
Inactive.
No.
Resigned.
Resign. Amalia Pangilinan, Saipan.
Active.
Emma Perez.
Resign.
Resign. So you have 3 vacancies, is that correct?
Correct.
And you still have enough for the board to approve pending over 5,000
Quorum.
invoices, is that correct?
We do have quorum.
You do have quorum, okay. So I'm just going to follow up with what Rep. Julie had mentioned. Okay, so Secretary Rebolaman, you mentioned earlier that back in 2010, is that correct? That this particular grant was suspended for mismanagement and misspending and reinstated in 2018 with no personnel funding allowed. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm not too sure about the dates, but
Okay.
yeah, this grant was suspended.
For mismanagement and misspending.
Exactly.
Okay, but you can't confirm whether or not the year is 2010. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
I can't
Okay.
confirm that.
Ms. Camacho, would we be able to find that in finance? What year that particular grant was suspended due to citations under the federal, I guess, CFR for misspending and mismanagement?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm assuming that because that was prior to 2026, you can extract that through Munis. Is that correct?
It could be in
I'm
JD.
sorry, JD Edwards.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. So we have not transitioned from JD Edwards all the way to Munis for CCAC. Is that correct?
No, that's only for the legacy accounts. So the new grants that they have right now, they're in Munis.
Okay, but how many legacy accounts do you have? For
ours,
CCAC, yes.
I need to check my records, but we have legacy accounts in Munis.
Okay. I guess the committee would address that at a later date, no? We'll probably seek information regarding that legacy account so that we know exactly timelines because we need to fix that moving forward, and that's why we're here. Thank you. So, Executive Director, you mentioned that 5,000 and under is approved by you alone. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And 5,000 and above is reviewed and approved by the board. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how many times does the board meet in any given year?
It's 4 times a year, but lately we've been calling special meetings because of the number of grant applications that we received that are above 5,000.
Okay, and how many special meetings have you had so far?
4.
4. Okay. And are those published anywhere? Do you guys have
Marianas
minutes?
Variety, yes.
Have
I cannot say if there's minutes prior to Miss Emma's time because she took notes and she left and she did not give us, but I have the ones that were conducted.
Okay, because
by-
I'm just talking about Ms. Gloriana, just the recent ones that you've held so far.
Yes.
That need to be paid right now. So you have minutes, and those minutes were adopted by your board. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So for the record, we're gonna ask you to furnish those minutes and give it to this body. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So then, DCCA secretary is the expenditure authority. But when do you get involved as executive director? When there's no quorum? I'm sorry, secretary. Because you're the final, right? Do you just kind of look at it and then say, okay, everything's good, pay it? How does it work?
Essentially.
Essentially?
Yeah.
Okay. But you really don't have to do it, right? It's just a practice that has been done since 1985?
I look at it as a formality.
Okay. Just to double check that there's a check and balance.
Yes. And I was heavily involved when the board was not organized,
Mhm.
and to the point where I even what do you call this, modified or simplified rather the word,
Mhm.
the application form
Mhm.
for the artists. So and provided guidelines and strengthened the guidelines for submitting an application form. But after the board was organized, then I removed myself and just been doing the approval.
Okay. So now that the board is organized and you quorum every time, there's no need for you to actually look at these approved invoices. Is that correct?
I essentially, yeah.
Okay. So technically in the workflow, you don't even have to approve it because your board already approved to pay. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So we can establish that you as a secretary, but minus any SOPs and any regulations that the board has neither adopted or submitted, the executive director really doesn't have to be included in the workflow, right?
No,
The secretary.
I'm sorry, the secretary, sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
There's so, 94.3 created so many admin levels that you just get so confused. And this is why we're having this discussion now. Okay. So technically we can remove if and when, and I'm hopefully soon, the board establishes regulations and SOPs so that you can actually eliminate the executive director from the workflow, correct? I'm sorry, the secretary. The secretary. Eliminate the secretary from the workflow, correct? Gotcha.
Correct.
All right. So major events that island-wide that we have on record that's very active is the Flame Tree, Art in the Park, Content Isla, Pika Festival, Guput Gilitai. Are there any grant funds used through the executive director for the executive director's discretion without the secretary, Ms. Gloria? Do you have freedom to use any funds?
I still communicate with him in whatever funds I'm going to use, regardless whether he signs off or not.
Okay. We're going to get to, I think Rep. Ogo has a question on conflict of interest, but we're not going to address that now. We're going to wait further down.
Okay.
So the payment workflow is, tell me again, Executive Director, what is the payment workflow?
The payment workflow is once we get all our applications and what do you call those payment forms together, then it's uploaded to finance.
Okay, so it goes to you.
Then the accountant uploads it to finance.
Okay, so it goes to you, then you upload to Munis, then finance is here, would approve the drawdown request, and then finance gives it to the grantor for approval. And then once finance payables receives the grantor approval, then it flags in Munis the treasury to print the check and pay it out. Is that correct?
Ms. Sin?
Is it correct? Yeah. Miss Sin, or either one of you, can you please, for the record, acknowledge a yes or no so that it is on record?
After the department uploads the invoices in Munis, it goes to their approval process, and it goes to Secretary Robalman because it's the spending authority. Then it comes to us for certification of funds, and then once it's approved, the last approver approves it, it's posted to Munis, and that's when the drawdown occurs.
Okay.
When it's still out for approval, pending approval, the final approval, we can't draw it until it's posted into Munis.
Gotcha. So that's why you need the secretary, because he's the
Because
expenditure
it's the
authority.
spending authority.
Got it. But 94.3 does not, that's separate because Arts Council is the state art council. Does that still acknowledge him as the expenditure authority based on your legendary records? Has all secretaries signed off on every invoices from the moment 94.3 was enacted by the executive order? From what you know, ma'am, from the history, legendary, and legends would proclaim that the secretary has always signed off on payments.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other follow-up questions? Rep. Ogle.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, Gloriana, going back to the money tracking question. When I asked, how do you guys track, utilizing the NEA grant and local funds? So there was a question that I asked you a few months ago when you send down some artists for the
Correct.
Gazeta, right? And first of all, can artists apply to participate in events like that?
Now they can.
Not when I asked you then, they weren't able to.
They weren't. It's just recently that I went into NEA and I requested if we can change our project form to include artist travel, because it was never included.
Okay. So was
in
that the
past.
reason why you use local funds, right, to send those artists down to pay? You paid their stipend, their travel.
That was
Where
done
did that come
through
from?
NEA. We don't have local funding.
Okay, so you use the funding for that to send them.
Yes.
Okay. So if we reverse that, can you send us the artists from here to participate in the Flame Tree festivals?
Yes.
Okay.
So when I first went in and requested through the grantors to include in all the opening, because it's part of our strategic plan to promote artists and have them participate. When I first did it, I only include Saipan going to Tinian and Rhoda, and I did not include Rhoda and Tinian coming to Saipan. So I went back and requested that it's vice versa. So it's been approved.
And that's how it should be. Okay.
May I just add something? So a lot of these practices, we had to request NEA for us to, not only paying the artists to travel, but also having NEA pay for full-time FTEs. So again, in the context of making sure that whatever we do, we run it by our NEA. Otherwise, we're going to be deemed, mismanaging or whatever, misspending. So yes, there is finger pointing that needs to happen, but there also needs to be back patting, because we're trying as much as possible to get more flexibility in the use of this grant, right? So, like I said earlier, this grant never used to pay personnel. That blew me away. I had to reach out to the grantor and say, what's going on? How do you expect us to manage to implement this program without you forking up part of the grant money for personnel? So that was allowed, and then now we're hearing about travel.
Thank you. So Gloriana, I asked this question too is, how do you select, let's say for example, how do you select artists, to participate in those events? Is it random, or you reach out to, is there a forum or something like that you ask them to participate? Let's say for example, a dance group, right? Our cultural dance group. Do you send out like a notification to your artists that Galita Festival is requesting a dance, cultural dance performance? Do you is that a random selection, or how do you select which group will go?
So on this one, the first trip to Tinian, I had spoken with Mayor Audon, and I was sharing my excitement that we can actually bring artists. So he requested for a band with a group of Chamorro and Carolinian dancers. I was the one that made that selection of band. I did not make any announcement. That was our trial. And then when we got to Tinian, Mayor of Rhoda said she wanted the same, and I was like, we cannot. It was supposed to be Congresswoman on a rotational basis. So you go on this trip, you go on that trip, and we try to accommodate everybody, but it did not turn out that way. Mayor of Rhoda wanted the same theme that was at the Pika Festival. And I told her that, no, I was sending her another group. And when my secretary went down to Rhoda, she spoke to him again that she wanted what we had in Tinian to happen in Rhoda. So there was no selection or formal announcement. We just tried it out, how it's going to work, and then moving forward, like you said, when we spoke, make the announcement and see who's going to be selected.
Thank you. And also, I just wanted, so with that trip, you guys use an NEA funds, right?
Correct.
To pay for their airfare, correct?
Correct.
Their lodging.
Correct.
And stipend, correct?
Correct. No, the
So-
stipend is for their lodging and food.
Okay.
Yes.
It's included.
What's
Yes.
an MBA involved?
MBA, I had asked them if they can pay their professional services.
And the professional service, which is their performance?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to ask also, is you inform the municipality of Rhoda, the mayor, and Tinian to pay for their performance. So if you already paid their professional services, why are you reaching out to them, asking them to pay out of pocket again to pay for that performance?
We did not pay for their professional services. Like for Tinian, we paid for their ticket and their payment for their room and board. And then I had asked MVA if they can sponsor their professional services.
That's where we're, the federal money is there to, help our local, as far as funding is concerned.
Correct.
To utilize the federals before the local fundings. But you're asking them to pay out of their local funds, which NEA can pay. Correct?
Yes, NEA could have paid had I requested along with their travel, but I did not request their professional services payment when I had requested for the travel.
Wow. Follow-up question now, Chair? Thank you.
Okay. So now I'm going to have to ask a follow-up, Executive Director. Why wasn't it included?
I didn't think about including their professional services fee. I was thinking more of collaborating with MVA, that we were going to cover the invitation. We were invited by MVA. And so I think in the excitement of going, I just said, okay, can we do the ticket and the per diem, and then you do the professional services fee? It was more of that collaboration. But after Congresswoman Julia and I spoke, So moving forward, now when if we have to request, we have to request to the grantors to cover, everything.
Okay. And that makes sense, right? Because you're just trying it out. And then you don't have also, right? You inherited this position. You don't have your rules and regulations. You have no policies, procedure. You're kind of just working to help everybody because the system is just there and it allows you to do that, right?
And my thinking at that time was because it's the first time to
Right.
request for travel, I didn't want to make it very plenty where they might deny it.
Okay, so then here's my question. So then they will not be paid or compensated for the travel?
Who?
The artists through the grant?
Yes,
They
yes.
will be?
They will be because after I went back and verified and they said, as long as you include, and so I'm finding out from the grantors that it's just a matter of asking. And we never asked in the past.
Okay, thank you for that. So the federal government identified the State Arts Council. Therefore, we had 94.3 that created the Arts Council and put it under DCCA. I'm not sure why they did that because I think that they have some autonomy because it's the state art agency. I don't know why it's under DCCA. So you mentioned something about this board meeting, no? And you said special. Do you have bylaws for your board meetings? You do?
Not an updated one.
When was
but
the
there
last time
is-
your board bylaws were updated?
They haven't. In the meetings, it was discussed for them to update the bylaws, but it didn't pull through. So from 7 down to 4, and they have not been able to update the bylaws.
And so what is 7 through 4? Do you know that off the top of your head? Items 7 through 4 in your bylaws?
No, I'm saying from 7 board members
to 4.
down to the 4 members. And it was, when they first got together, it was more of like a lot to do with grant applications. And it was on their list for the meeting, but it did not happen.
Okay, so because you don't have board bylaws, council, if they don't have board bylaws, but they have a board quorum and the executive director said that that's what I heard, unless I heard it wrong, there's no updated bylaws. So how do they have action? You can't have meeting without bylaws that tell you how to act or how to perform because the Robert Rules of Order is very clear.
Updated, yeah.
Do you have an attorney on your council?
Is it still Tom? Is it still Tom? Tom.
And the reason why I'm asking, right, is because it's for your protection.
Correct.
Okay? And minus any of that, it's a big liability. Now we have the artists coming over here asking us to pay them when there's no established mechanism to pay these guys, let alone a mechanism. And I'm sorry now because I'm really just going to probably go off the top, but now no mechanism for civil litigation to sue. They don't have that opportunity to.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I believe there is a bylaw. There are bylaws. It just needs to be updated.
Okay, so you have bylaws. Okay, when was the last time it was updated then?
That I don't know.
So do you have an attorney that is present with you guys at your council meetings? Yes or no?
No.
No.
So who conducts your meetings? Your
Just,
chairperson?
yes.
Who takes minutes? Do
I
you have a
take
secretary?
No. It was the acting chair now. She was the board secretary. And then
So because you're the state agency council, can you check on this? Is it in the grant that because they have a board, right? They should have a vice chair, a chair, a secretary, and a treasurer because they are dealing with federal grants. So we're going to check. So who takes your minutes?
I would take the minutes during the meetings.
Okay, but so far you had 4 special meetings.
Yes.
You took the minutes.
In two.
What do you
Two
mean?
of the minutes.
Okay,
two
so
of
you
the
took
meetings.
2 of the minutes.
Yes.
But you can find the other 2.
I think I can
Okay.
find it. Yes.
Executive director, I think that's going to be crucial, no? Because this is why we're here. Now we understand what's the problem.
Yes.
It's really not your fault. It's not their fault. It's surely not our fault. It is definitely not the artist's fault. The grant is there for them to use.
Correct.
To preserve, place awareness, conduct themselves, to spread, protect, and have people know about our arts, culture, heritage, tradition, etc. And because we don't have all of these documents and regulations from 94.3 that created you guys, the council, not DCCA, the council, we have been just breezing through. And then it has also caused a major concern because you don't even have conflict of interest protections. I can actually, if your first cousin, so let me ask this question, because now we need, this is important. And Secretary, I really think that right now you need to get your board organized and send them a letter that they need to organize. They must have all of the requirements based on the grant, because at some point you cannot be there. You are the secretary. Yes, you are the expenditure authority, and probably and that's on the local side. But the national side is another different thing. We need to go back and study this because you have a board, you don't have a vice chair, you don't have a secretary, the executive director's taking minutes as a cordial gesture. Because technically, ma'am, that is not your job.
Thank you. But I just wanted to clarify that when they first formed, they had these officers.
Right.
Somewhere down the line of the meeting, it changed, and now they're down to 4. The former secretary is now the acting vice chair, and then the 3 are just members.
Right.
So I cannot, that's the minutes that I need to find, that when did the changes take place in those previous board meetings.
So what you're saying is you might have those minutes that identified your board's positions, secretary,
Correct.
treasurer, because technically the treasurer is really supposed to sign off on those things.
Correct.
Not the executive director. I don't think so.
This was during
I mean,
Emma's
I'm sorry,
time.
the secretary.
It was during Emma's time that they voted for. We voted for officers when Luis was the chairman. And then when he found out he cannot apply for grants as an artist, he resigned.
Right.
So Emma came in and took over, and that's where they did the changes on the officers. Those are the minutes that I need to find.
Okay. So I'm just curious now. Finance. Because they don't have bylaws, they don't have anything. How do you pay? How do you ask? And this is going to be the last question before we break because it's lunchtime and I know I had asked nicely for finance to come here. But if you can answer this question, because this is another bottleneck. If you are part of the local internal control and the grantor has all of these requirements, the council has no, unless in your record you have it, no existing officers with the treasurer to sign off because it is a grant that would require that. I've worked with grants before. How do you then pay them? Do you audit them also on the payment request? Or is the assumption that they already have all of these safeguards, therefore you pay them? Does it work that way? I'm just curious. Because if that is the bottleneck, then we need to fix it. These guys need to organize immediately so that payments can funnel through before we lose any more grants. Or we lose the grant because we're not in compliance. Does that happen, Ms. Camacho?
Well, in the payment process, like after they upload, like I say, we're gonna go back. It goes to our payables that screens everything from attachment, and then it goes to me, and I do the same thing. Check if there's funding, receipts, whatever, to support the payment. That's
Okay.
where and then it goes to my supervisor. That's like the third, and then the director, and then
Okay.
it's requested for payment.
All right. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but I'm gonna ask that. Oh, sorry, Rep Ogo, I guess has one more question. We'll take that, and then I'll take back the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Gloriana, going back to those cultural dancers, I know for a fact that the mayor didn't pay for their professional services. Did they get paid for that?
Yes.
Under NEA?
No, not under. No. Oh, you're talking about the one in Rhoda?
That's an
Yes,
example.
they had applied.
So they're going to be paid through the
NEA.
Request through the application. NEA
Correct.
application. And that's still pending, or?
They submitted an application without an invoice. We're waiting on that.
Without an invoice?
Yeah.
Okay. And how much did they? How many hours did they perform?
1 hour and a half on one night and 1 hour on the other night.
And that's 10 groups, or I'm sorry, performing group dancers, $600 per hour. So you paid them $600 plus $300, so $900.
No. They charge that flat rate for the 2 days because of the fact that their tickets are paid for and whatnot.
What is the amount?
Huh?
What is the amount?
600.
600. So
Good.
just the 1 hour.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rep Ogo. At this time, it's lunchtime, and I've had all of you guys here. It's unfortunate we started at 10. I assume if we
I
started,
apologize.
that's okay. That's okay. Everybody's got all kinds of stuff. We're still kind of rebuilding and trying to recover through the typhoon. But I'm going to ask that we recess, but I ask this committee to reconvene, and those that have been asked to be present to please come back at, I cannot keep you outside, 12:46, 1 hour for your lunch, and please reconvene to come back here because we're going to try to tackle this down by 1 o'clock. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I said everybody. Sorry, and I know that I cordially asked you guys finance, but we did send you a letter, and we did address it to the secretary. However, this is a hearing that has to do with the executive branch and trying to fix this problem that has to do with outstanding vendor payments, and you are part of the workflow. So if there was any questions that need to be directed, you need to be present. So Ms. Camacho and team, I really apologize, but I'd like to recess, but let's reconvene in 1 hour, 11:47. Thank you. Short recess.
you.